Hey, thank you for the cheer, Lyra. Appreciate that. Thanks for the support. And welcome to 20 Sides to Every Story. Tonight we're playing some 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, and we will be closing out. This will be the final session, kind of the entire, I guess, the entire Temple of Elemental Evil, but maybe more immediately. It's just the final session of this three-part series that we've been running called Shadow of the Crown. My father is cheering too, so thank you, Dad, for the cheer. Um, and so it's the final session of this like little mini campaign that we put together to tell the story, put some closure around the Prince Thrommel piece of Temple of Elemental. Kind of a point of the Temple of Elemental Evil story that I think gets a lot of talk on forums and online. People always talking about what the real story is about Prince Thrommel, and so we're kind of doing our own spin on it. Um, so yeah, and our spin on it has taken us into the domains of dread, and we are hanging out in Darkon currently. So we'll do kind of a little refresher on where we are at with the story, but first we'll kind of do some introductions here of who we are. So, if you're just dropping in for the first time, we are a gaming community. We stream a lot of our games here on Twitch, and after the fact, we'll upload them to YouTube. But that said, our games are very accessible, and we are always looking for new people to come and join us. Put the Discord link in the chat here. Encourage you to click on that and join our Discord group. Got lots of people talking about tabletop games, computer games, video games, board games, just kind of all sorts of gaming going on. And we do a lot of recruiting for our games directly from our Discord server. So it's a good place to be if you're looking for people to play tabletop games with. We do run a community campaign where you can create a character in 5e and play in games that are run by multiple GMs that are kind of loosely affiliated. So your character is portable and you can kind of sign up for games when they fit your schedule. And it's a good way to kind of get to know all the people inside this group. So check out the Discord and hopefully we'll see you there. If you really, really, really like what we are doing and you want to support us, we do have a Patreon as well. Money goes to support the streams and support the dungeon masters and game masters that support great content for them. Check that out as well. Schedule this week. We're playing here tonight, starting at the unusual time of 6 p.m. By the way, so thanks to anybody that's coming and hanging out with us. We're kind of condensing like two sessions in one, so we thought we'd make more time for tonight. Tomorrow morning, you can wake up with us and play some old school essentials. The Dolmenwood Kickstarter is now live, so this will be our first game starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. since that opened up. So maybe we'll be seeing some new faces. And then Sunday morning, I'll be running another community campaign, and so we're gonna continue the story of the big tree, the big demon tree out in the gnarly forest. Check that out as well. So, I guess before we do a little summary of like where we're at in the campaign, maybe I'll have all of you players introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your character. I don't have a prompt per se. Just tell us maybe a bit about what they're thinking about, what they're worried about, concerned about, as they are about to embark on this mission to try to rescue Lady Jolene. Why don't we start? Chris, why don't you lead us off?
Good evening. My name's Chris. I am playing Votary Donovan Lockwood. He's an 11th level paladin of St. Cuthbert, one of the original heroes of Hamlet in the first iteration. He had made his way back after Yaday's death to pay his respects and found himself embroiled in yet more shenanigans by the elementalists and such. He received a missive from Lady Jolene asking for his assistance, put a team of people together. He picked Thorwald, Rareth, and Brownera to accompany him to Valuna City to see what that was all about, or pardon me, Mitric, not Valuna City, to see what that was all about. And now we find ourselves in this mess. So, recently finding out well, I guess basically the affliction that Lord Thrommel is dealing with and all of this stuff, he had vowed to uh, get Lady Jolene together with Lord Thrommel. So at this point, her having been captured, he is single minded on getting her out of this tower and to him by
Awesome.
any means necessary. So
We shall see what any means necessary transpires.
correct. Yes.
Awesome. So next up is let's go over to Gabe.
Good evening. My name is Gabe, and I'm playing Thorwald Arno. He is an 11th level barbarian / paladin, if you believe that. And as Donnie here, or this Nick, amicable nickname he uses for Donovan, he is very concerned about what transpired, and specifically about the fact that Prince Thrommel appears, not that they've spoken with him recently, but appears to have got the impression that he is his king and this is the normal Flannes and everything is okay, when in fact he seems to be surrounding himself with undeads and claim this land. Now, it's not all bad because it seems this land actually needs a Dark Lord of some sort and species to thrive, and given that we've lost the last one, this land is shrinking. So there's an immediate concern with, hey, we might be disappearing into oblivion. But second of all, of course, Lady Jolene and being able to rescue her is high in his priorities. But I think lingering in the back of all of this is, how is he going to deal with Thrommel? Basically, the hero he always wanted to be. That basically to him is everything, not just for what he was, but also now for dealing with being a vampire and all that stuff. So he's incredibly conflicted about whether or not there should be an outcome of this where there's a place for Thrommel in a good, positive way, if that makes sense.
Awesome. Got some rerolls and such coming in. I realized I didn't have all my little programs open, so I'm getting that fixed. While I'm doing that, why don't we go over to Jeff?
Hello, I'm Jeff. I'm playing Rareth. Rareth's level 9. He's Ranger and Rogue. And what's on his mind right now is how maybe all of this could have been avoided if he had taken more action when he met Prince Thrommel the first time. Could have been dealt with while he was weak, but the rest of the party was not on the same page with him at the time, and is looking to rectify the situation now.
All right. And then last but not least, we got Percy.
Hi, I'm Percy. I'm playing Balnera Boulder Granite. And she is more of the, geez, these humans, they're trying to put a vampire on the throne. I don't know, is that a good thing? A little stability, just like the dwarves and the elves? Might be a good thing. I don't. Who is she to say? That's above her pay grade.
All right. So we find ourselves, the group, in our last session. Yes, thank you to Cliff and Bo for the rerolls. There was one sitting there, so I'm just when we started. I don't know if like someone redeemed it before, and I just didn't notice. So I'm gonna give it to you. So you guys got 3 rerolls, and then I've got 1. So as we get started in our last session, the group had, as they came into Darkon, discovered an old house that had apparently belonged to some kind of a renowned monster hunter named Rudolf van Richten, but was long since abandoned and broken down. They kind of explored it, taking shelter from some undead that were chasing them, and came to meet a man named Fearin Holland, who was trying to commune with the spirits of the house. And his whole reason for being there that he shared with you is that this realm of Darkon is falling apart. Dead are rising from their graves, and it just seems like there are some signs that things are not well with the realm. I told you a little bit about the mists and the shroud, how the shroud has been swallowing up whole cities that then never return or never to be seen again. And so he was trying to get in contact with some of these spirits to see if they had some insight on how to reverse that. All of this, of course, seems to be sort of in time with Rommel's arrival here in Darkon. I think he shared with you a little bit that the former ruler of Darkon was a lich named Aslan Rex, who hasn't been seen for some time, is sort of suspected to maybe he somehow found a way to like escape this realm. And it is sort of believed that there needs to be a Dark Lord in control of the realm, or maybe that is the cause of all this phenomenon that is happening with swallowing up of cities and the dead rising and such. So it would seem that Thrommel is the person, or at least is a person that seems to be, some are pointing to as the ruler of the realm. But you've also come to learn that there are other forces, other people that seem to think that they should be the ones in control and ruling over the land. One such individual is the owner of this tower that you're approaching now. We had acquired a crystal ball and used it to divine the location of Lady Jolene, who has been missing from the group since pretty much the episode 1. So you divined that, and you looking for something? Oh, okay. You divined her location to be here at Martira Bay, and located that she is in the top floor of this tower, golden topped tower. And it would seem like she was in a chamber where she is being held and being like almost like electrocuted. Like the golden orb seems to generate electric energy that's shocking her and one other individual that was up there. So you divined that and got a little bit of information from Fearin that, was it Fearin? It was probably actually the spirit, Mrs. Van, that told you that there's a vampire that is sort of a crime boss by the name of Alcio Baron Metis, who runs this place as a medical clinic in the poor section of Martira Bay. So you took a journey to the north. I think it took you about a day or so, day and a half maybe, to get here. It is like kind of evening hours, and you have, I think you kind of checked out like the front sign of this place. There's a nameplate on the door that says the Fellowship Charity Clinic. Sponsor Baron Alcio Metis. Hours 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. It is about 5 p.m. currently. And as you're standing on the streets of the slums of Martira Bay, You can kind of hear the screams of crime happening, echoing through the streets. Told to watch your purses and also watch that you don't meet the pointy end of a knife or a dagger while you're down in this area. It's not a pleasant place. But you're on the street level right now, standing before this 50-foot tall stone tower, looking up at that golden dome on the top of the tower where you know Lady Jolene located. Currently, perhaps talking a bit about your escape plan. Just a reminder, I think more so for the audience, that Fearin Zalhallen is a wizard, and much to the DM's surprise, has a teleportation spell. And so it seems fitting, or it makes sense that he has offered that up, that he could help you out. And if you could all get to one location together, he could teleport you out and away from whatever chaos might be happening here. And I think the plan was to teleport directly to Castle Avernus, meet up with Rommel and see what's up. So I will turn it all over to you to discuss your plans.
I'm guessing that there's no windows on the third floor.
There are no windows anywhere on this tower.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Well, sorry. Let me take that back. There are windows on the first and second floor, but even they are like they're barred, like heavy iron bars that crisscross. Kind of, gives you the story of yes, crime in this area. All of the windows on all of the houses kind of have similar type of thing.
I do remember you saying that. So we're stabbing Thorwald, and he's going in as a patient?
Well, there was also talk of the possibility of requesting an audience, I think, with somebody to lay down a donation.
But
That
but
could be an in.
do we look like wealthy people in this land? Because if it's not credible the way we look,
I don't know. Donovan looks pretty good.
Yeah, shiny armor.
well then yeah, I'm not opposed.
What do we have for, I guess, money? If that is a possibility, whether we're actually going to give the money or not, will remain to be seen. But at least it could possibly give us an in, so we don't have to just go in swinging. But I mean, I could throw in a couple hundred gold pieces, I suppose.
I have 130. That's all I have.
I could do 100.
I have 37 platinum. How much do you want?
That's a lot.
20
20?
platinum. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Galaxian, for the DM reroll. Appreciate that.
So we got what, 20 platinum?
I make it 30. I'm gonna add 10 to it.
Okay, so 30 platinum, 50. Throw in 130 electrum. $75 gold.
I think as you're adding all of that up, you're all standing in the
Yeah.
off the side of the street, like exchanging coin. I'm gonna roll a d6 to see if that clinking of that coin catches the ears of some of the seedier folk here in Zero Bay. It's a 1.
Okay. Phew. All right.
Danny,
much-
I'll let you do the talking because
Oh, that's
Now, is this
probably not the best idea.
is
No.
this everybody going in, or is it just a couple of you?
I think maybe all of us.
Yeah, we go in as his bodyguards. It's a seedy part of town. Like,
And Fearin as well. He'll kind of defer to your.
I would think so.
Okay. I will say. So you move up to the door, and you. It's a public business, so walk right in, no problem. I'm gonna tap.
Did you say 100 gold, Percy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably do this a few times.
I think I can still only see my token. Oh, perhaps now it's changing.
Okay. Hopefully that's loading up for you. As you walk into the establishment, you can see that there is a checkerboard floor of light and dark hardwoods and an assortment of comfortable looking chairs and tables around the room. It's clearly a waiting area. There's a pair of crystal chandeliers overhead. They're ornate without being gaudy. And there's a large desk with several file cabinets that stand along the western wall. And there are some people here, all human. There's a human male, human woman, kind of middle age, sitting in some of the chairs, and then there's a receptionist over here. Greets you and says, "Oh, welcome, welcome. Um, is this your first? You all don't look familiar to me. I've got some paperwork for you to fill out. Which of you is um here to receive services?"
Just, I'm going to throw this out of character. Am I going to be the one that's doing the talking?
No.
Okay.
Not yet, anyways. My lord has requested that I ask you if we could see the lady of the house.
What is this regarding? Do you have an appointment?
Unfortunately, we just arrived to town, and we don't have an appointment, but it's we'd like to offer our services to your great institution here.
Okay. Well, and she's like flipping through like a notebook, basically. It seems like it's got dates and times and such, and it's all lined and gridded out. She
It
says,
shouldn't take much time. I'm sure the lady of the house would prefer to speak to us.
looks like she's
Or
got
to my
time
lord.
available on Thursday, 2 days from now.
Unfortunately, we are leaving town today, so
I love what you've done with the place. This place really looks something. I can tell you and the lady indeed have good taste. May we suggest that we can make this place even better with the wonderful resources we can offer you? Now I know probably the lady is very busy, but trust me, she might want to really pick with us.
Thorwald, why don't you make a persuasion check?
Probably I'll need that reroll immediately, but let's see.
Sticking with a 14?
Oh, I can't see it yet, but you see it, so that's all that matters. What do you guys think? 14 is reasonable. Yeah, I'll stick with that 14.
She kind of looks at you and she says, well, wait right here. Then she stands up, kind of skirts around the table, and she moves over to this door over here, where she will knock. Hear a female voice say, "What is it?" And there's like a little bit of an exchange. You can tell that the receptionist isn't like very comfortable to be disturbing whoever's on the other side of that door. But eventually, there's like a little back and forth, and she eventually opens the door and just opens it up a crack enough for her to slip through. She is in there. Presumably, there's a conversation. So, y'all just waiting for her return, or is there anything that you very short interval?
I
For
would
me,
take.
I'm looking down, the hallway, and I mean, I guess I'm not just standing in one place, but kind of moving up over to here, kind of pacing a little bit, just looking down the hallway or whatever, and just taking in anything that I can, glean any info.
So there are at least 3 wooden doors that are kind of prominent towards the front of the clinic. They don't look like they lock. Best you can tell, those are probably the private areas where doctor or whatever sees the patients. And then there's a hallway here with a red carpet, big paintings on the wall there that line the hallway. But then it ends. There's a couple more doors to the left and to the right on the hallway, and then there's a stairwell that leads.
The place seems well lit and everything.
Well lit, clean. Nothing about the at least outward appearance of this, at least this part of the tower, gives you any kind of cause for concern. It's only maybe the secret knowledge that you have that this is run by a criminal organization that I understand that they probably go to great lengths to make above board.
It's a good front.
So just maybe a couple of minutes pass, and then the receptionist kind of comes out. She doesn't address you all immediately. She like goes back around all the way around to her desk and sits back down, and she says, which of you is the spokesperson for?"
You pointing to me?
And the receptionist says, Baron Metis is willing to meet with one of you.
All right. And Baron Metis is the guy, right? Is that right?
Gal.
Yeah,
that is the gal.
Yeah, just in case, I don't remember what all got shared, but even if it hadn't come up, we can hand wave it. I think Dr. Van Richten, she would have told you that. So there was a Baron Metis who was a male, and that is the vampire that killed her son.
Right.
Her husband, Dr. Van Richten, had at some point in the past found him and slew him. And this person here, Alcio Baron, is sister. She sort of assumed his spot and taken his title, such as it is. Sort of on a conquest of vengeance against the Van Richten family. She told you that Alcio Metis does come to the house once in a while to try to coax information out of her to understand the whereabouts of her husband and those types of things. But
Okay. All right. I will speak with her.
Before you leave, Donnie, Towel will whisper in your ear, what is the word that means shit has happened and we need to activate ourselves? Let's determine that word now. So if you're in trouble, you can utter that word and we will now.
You will know the word.
Okay.
It will be a loud prayer, basically.
Got you.
But yeah, go ahead and lead the way.
so
I will tell these. I will tell these three. I'm going to seek a tour as well. So have a seat. I'm sure we'll be out momentarily.
My lord, would you like us to look around while you're doing that?
Find out the limits that that the good lady here will set, and yes, keep your eyes out. See if there's anything that you by chance notice that may need some fixing.
and she's like observing you as you're like talking, and like she's kind of like raising her eyebrow, like this is kind of odd talk, a bit, but she's kind of like hurrying you to like, please don't let her don't. I kind of stuck my neck out to like get this meeting. Like she's just there, and she points to the door.
Through this door that she had gone through.
Yeah.
All right. I'll move over. I'll give a knock.
Hear a voice say, "Come in,"
And I enter.
and you enter
I
into this office room. It's very well furnished. It is dominated by a large hardwood desk and an elegant plush chair in which there is a woman sitting, wearing a vest, very short, kind of cropped hair, and she's got her like boots kicked up on the table. Looks like she's like, are we getting raided right now? Or no,
Shields up.
Nut House just redeemed a wandering encounter. Of course.
So
So I will trigger something in just a second, but I want to at least get through the description of such. So knife. She's like kind of picking at like dirt, grime underneath her fingernails, that are quite pointed and sharp. And maybe actually you're seeing she's kind of almost like sharpening her nails with that. She isn't really looking at you, sort of dismissive, I guess, as you are entering. Other things in the room that you notice, there are 2 suits of armor that flank the door that you just came through. And maybe a dozen ornate paintings of various knights and warriors that hang proudly on the walls. They all look to be expert quality, not unreasonable to assume that probably they're worth a high amount of value, and maybe that is why she's collecting them, as they preserve wealth or whatever, and they're adorning her office for now. So she says, "Yep, okay, have a seat."
I will sit.
Do I know you? Do we have acquaintance? What? You're here to give me a big bag of donation? That's a little unheard of. Who are you really?
My name is Lord Votary Donovan Lockwood. We had recently come to this realm and had heard of your establishment, and yes, as a matter of fact, have come to give a substantial donation if you are actually administering to the sick and the infirmed. I would like to do what I can to assist. While I am here, it seems that your place is the only one that does anything like this. I would just require perhaps a tour of the grounds to see what you exactly are, doing all of your administering of the healing and such. That I would like to. We've got, well, roughly speaking, about 600 gold pieces to hand over. If you would be so kind.
Her eyes kind of narrow on you, and she's like, "You're serious, aren't you?"
100%. And I pull out the bag and clink it on the table, set it there.
You got like a holy symbol or something somewhere.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I have St. Cuthbert regalia on my shield that's currently on my back and on the breastplate of my armor.
She kind of like gestures towards that, and she's okay. Well, like kind of eyeing the bag of money, and she says, "Far be it from me to dictate what you do with." Yes, we do good work here, and you're looking for a tour of the facilities. I suppose we can take care of that in short order. And she stands. You
I
can
will stand as well.
just totally has like a demeanor of like she doesn't want to deal with this shit today, but like money's money, and like she's gonna humor you. As soon as she sees the holy symbol, it's kind of like, okay, it's Goody Two Shoes came in here legitimately fighting, so you're probably the right person. She's going to like move towards the door. But that's all happening, and there's a wandering encounter, I guess. So, those of you out in the waiting area, you're just this meeting and on the other side of that door probably takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe like towards the end of its conclusion. You're all waiting around. You see this door up here open. There's a man that steps out, and he's like dressed in this like kind of like leather coat. He's got this strange like a plague doctor's mask, goggles, kind of outish mask. And he's got a little canister on a chain that's kind of got some vapor smoke that is emitting from it. From the room behind him, you can hear like somebody just like hacking and coughing and such. And then this individual moves across the hall, goes to open this door right here. And as he does so, thank you so much for the subscription, Casey. And thank you for the cheer, Nuthouse57. He opens the door, and this humongous form bursts through the door and mauls him and pins him up against the wall here. Just this creature with like a wolf's snout, hair everywhere, big claws, humanoid. Some of you maybe have dealt with werewolves before. Kind of looks like that, but is maybe larger and just is on a frenzy unlike anything that you've seen before. Almost like he's in some kind of a rage. And you can see manacles on his arms and on his legs. He had broken free from some kind of operating table or something. So, give me just a second, and I will put us on the. So from Donovan, your perspective, like you hear that happening on the other side of the door just as you're about to turn and. All right, I think we're set. You guys can start rolling yourselves in.
I don't see the ability to roll myself. Am I? It's part of the.
Oh, maybe you're not on. Oh, you're over there. There you go.
Got you. Got you.
Myself as well, right?
Oh, did I not get you on there? Oh no, you got a 29.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll start things off, and Donovan, you hear this scream happen. Some kind of loud sounds on something that sounds like something out of a horror story.
Okay. Uh, I will say, stay behind me, my lady, as I step forward and open the door.
All right. Then you can kind of see that all the faces on everybody is turned to the north. All the commoners in the room are kind of just in shock, frozen in fear.
I will move, seeing these people. I will shout for them to get behind me, the ones I think that are sitting in chairs or whatever. I don't like this. It's this thing. Oh, it's like a werewolf or something, right? Oh, what do I do? Draw my longsword. And at this point, I can't really get to it. So I will just. I will move to here, offering protection for these two. That is it.
Good. Rareth it.
Rareth will be firing his arrow at the werewolf at advantage since the creature has not had a turn yet.
Nice.
Hit.
And if it hits, it's a critical. So let's roll some damage. 25 points of regular damage. And 11 points of sneak attack damage. And I believe I will fire at it again if it's still standing.
Oh yeah. Thank you for the cheer.
I haven't moved, so I'm going to bonus action steady aim, and this attack will also be at advantage. .22 to hit.
Hit.
Um, 7 points of damage. And since it's the first turn, I will go ahead and make my third attack. And that's another 10 points of damage.
All right. So 3 arrows into it. And it becomes its turn. This guy is like totally dead. Creature just knows that something to the south is shooting it with arrows, and it's just going to charge, and it moves right towards Donovan. In to wipe at you. Pause. Go. Ooh, should I use? I should use the DM rerolls right away. Here's reroll. That will be 27 to hit.
That is a hit.
16 slashing.
Hey,
Then,
Chihuahua.
if you can give me a strength saving throw, he's hitting you with such force that he's trying to knock you.
We have rerolls.
Yeah. Would that be? Could I use athletics, or is it a straight strength saving throw?
It is a strength save.
All right. Well, rather than get knocked down, I will use a reroll and do worse. I fall down harder.
Fall down harder. As he now he moves on top of you, and he's gonna try to bite you, and you can see that like the wounds that he had opened up on him from the arrows are starting to close up. He's regenerating.
Mm.
Ooh,
That is a miss.
pretty sure that's a miss. So I gotta use I'm burning all my DM rerolls on this. Out.
That is a hit.
26 hits, and that will be this is the hurt one. 24 points of damage. It is split between piercing and necrotic, if that matters.
I don't think it does.
Thank you so much, Casey, for the DM reroll. Oh, and Nuthouse wants to buy me some. Thank you.
All right, Nuthouse.
So now you have to. This is the big saving throw. DC 17 Constitution saving throw, or be cursed with special brand of lycanthropy.
All right. Con save it was, right?
The con save.
Oh, shit. Balls. Okay. Sorry to use another reroll, but it's a must here.
Oh. So, let's just mark that down. That you have been. You can almost feel like this primal, like, rage kind of building up. It's a feeling that probably does not ever fill Donovan. And if it does, you probably pray to St. Cuthbert to try to channel that or redirect that toward others.
Mm-hmm.
This is an indiscriminate. So that is going to be his turn, and we will turn next to Ralnera.
Move forward. I'm going to cast Bless on Donovan, Thorwald, and myself. And I guess I'll become a giant scorpion again. And that's my action. Or that's my turn.
Creature is going to start taking its legendary. Balnera, do you have all your hit points?
As a scorpion or a... And yeah, no, I don't.
Hmm. It is going to take a swipe. 19 to hit.
That hits.
Deals 12 slashing damage. Strength save. Knocked. Oh.
Oh, that was the Constitution.
Yeah, what is your bonus for
No, that's for
strength?
my concentration.
Oh, for your concentration.
Yeah.
Then strength saving through.
Strength saving throw.
All right. Knocked prone. All right. It is Alcio Baron Metis' turn, who is going to turn into vapor. Oof.
Get the hell out of Dodge. Yeah.
Lycanthrope will make its second legendary action at the Scorpion. $23 to hit. 7 points. And it is Fearon's turn. Fearon do. We'll cast. We'll cast a magic missile. Bad, 14 points of damage.
And I'm going to use a reroll on the concentration check.
Okay. He's going to use his last legendary action to take third swipe. 15 to hit.
That hits.
8 points of damage. Thorwald, it is your turn.
Okay, Thor will curse and try to move right here, even though it's giving me. Oh, here we go. And take out the Zord, use a bonus action to light it on fire, and then attack this dude. There we go. So that's 18, but I get Valera is still the bless is still on.
No bless.
No bless. Okay, 18.
Lost concentration.
Yeah.
That'll hit.
So the damage is this. 20 points of damage. If it does a difference, some of that is fire.
Sounds good.
And then second attack. 24 to hit.
Hit.
And damage is 14 more.
Okay. At this point, the receptionist runs out the doors. This patient runs out the door. This one attempts to. The beast manages to grab them and claws right through their back, and then they drop to the ground. And then we are going to be at the top of the order, Donovan.
Okay, so I am still prone. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I want to stand up and move this direction, if I may.
Yep.
Okay. And lay into him. First swing is a 23
That will hit.
for 12, 3 of it radiant.
All right, he's still kicking. He's still pretty healthy.
Okay. Second attack.
That'll hit.
Oh. Uh, 18.
18.
And I wish to bonus action to attempt to knock him prone.
All right.
Wait, Rarith's next, right? I'm not gonna do that. I will just you know what? I will do a bonus action to try and shove him, not knock him prone.
Okay. Hey, Lord Gasumba, good to see ya.
And roll like garbage.
So he stands firmly planted.
Right.
Hulking wolf beast. But before it becomes his turn, we have Rareth.
Bonus action, steady aim. And I'm going to use sharpshooter this time. So that's a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
So that is 17 points of damage, but we're going to add 10 to it, so it's 27 points of damage.
Right.
Firing again.
Hits.
28 to hit. For 11 more points of damage. That is all.
All right. He's howling and roaring. Just got half a dozen arrows stuck in him at this point. Big slashing wounds from sword. Still up. He is going to turn his attention to Thorwald. Thorwald, do you have all of your hit points?
Yes, but
Okay.
not for long.
Yeah. Strike you with the claws. Up to strike. 23 to hit.
Definitely hits.
That is 13 points of damage, and then a strength saving throw. Knocked prone.
$21.
All right, so you managed to stay on your feet, but then he's just gonna like charge right into you and try to bite your torso. See if I can get a second lichen through here. 23 to hit.
Hits.
All right, and then a Constitution saving throw.
You do get +3 on this. Just so you know.
So +2 basically,
+2.
including my, negative thing. But still,
Right.
Okay.
24. Yeah, 24.
Darn. I could see Thorwald like leaning into. That'd be his new.
He's already a raging barbarian. It's gonna be a furry raging barbarian.
Yeah. So that's the werewolf's turn. Valnera, it is your go.
All right, I will stand up, so I'm not prone anymore. And I guess I'll lay into this thing too. Couple of claw attacks.
That will hit. Oh no.
Oh, critical play. We still got player rerolls, right?
Yeah, 3
You do.
left.
Okay. Yeah, I'll use one. Get rid of that crit fail.
Using a reroll and
There you
converting it
go.
into a crit
Oh,
success.
Perfect. Perfect.
So 7 damage on the one attack.
eight, because it's crit. Or,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, let's roll another d8.
So
6.
10 on that one. And then the stinger comes up and attempts to sting him.
Hits.
20. And I'll need a. Can he be poisoned? So 7. Yeah, DC 12 Constitution saving throw.
Makes that.
And so half of this. 11 more.
Now he's not looking so good. He's gonna use his legendary action to bite the scorpion. All 3.
Dang.
5. 27 damage and a cons. Makes this. All right. Fearin. Guess there's a spot here. He's gonna step here and cast lightning bolt. I'm not gonna roll dice just because it's possible for this to drop to 0. So basically, you see the wolf get caught in the lightning, and then it like drops to the. It's like smoldering. It smells awful.
I want to step up and take its head off, just for good measure.
Okay. Let me just see what Thorwald's gonna do. What is?
Oh, okay.
Thor is gonna look around, notice that nobody but them is around, and then, oh guys, what do we do now? We actually have an opportunity here.
So kind of speculating about next moves and like
Yep.
it's cleared out.
Yep.
Donovan, so you're gonna try to take the head off of the werewolf. Not a bad idea. I'm just trying to think like how I want to. Make an attack roll at advantage.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that it was regenerating at one point, kind of the whole reason for it.
Okay, roll some damage.
Oh, that was almost 20.
Hey Dawson, thank you so much for the cheer, and Jay, thank you so much for the sub. That's awesome. Appreciate the support. So what did that end up being? 19?
19.
19. So you use it. Oh, it's just your sword has radiant damage.
Correct.
Okay. So you go and you bring the sword down, and it like kind of clefts half, or maybe less than half of the neck. It isn't beheaded.
I'll take the other half if I can.
Try to take the other. Yep. So make another attack roll. 26 hits.
Another 19.
So the first swing comes down, it like hacks at like half of its neck. You see the thing's eyes like flutter open. It like looks at you. You can feel that it's like arching its arms to kind of press up off of the ground, and then you bring the second swing down and you finish the job. Eyes go closed, head goes rolling down the carpet.
I say this damn thing was still alive.
I'll end the counter there. Because he would regenerate and keep coming back until something like that transpired, or a silver weapon or something. But you're feeling pretty off now, Donovan. Like the temperature just feels like it's really hot in.
Do we see something weird in him, or just
I think
outwardly is normal?
Guys.
Just like maybe your intuition is like something's a little off. He's like kind of like blinking around. Your eyesight, Donovan, is starting to become kind of black and white. Colors are starting to not be so vibrant.
There's something wrong, guys. I think that thing got me.
Oh, are you going to become like
it did me in. I think so.
I'm assuming this isn't a magical effect, right? Or do I know anything about like lycanthropy?
Make a intelligence check. You know nothing.
Well, Donnie, we need to find something to remove whatever it is that this creature passed upon you.
I could try to dispel it.
Pretty sure that's not a spell, but I might be wrong. Not that I'm an expert.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to give it a shot anyways.
Things seem to work differently here.
Unfortunately, it does not work. You need a different third spell.
remove something.
Remove
something.
lycanthropy, I think it's called.
I'm gonna poke Theron and say, what's going on with him? Do you know?
Took a big bite from beast there. He was regenerating. I assume he's got the curse. It is
Can you fix it?
not immediately.
That's the same as me.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how much more time I have as me. I want you all to promise me if I begin to turn, you end me.
Maybe the elf can help. I think we should go up there.
I think this is our opportunity to get upstairs. Yes.
Yeah, so let's do it now.
And while the conversation was going on, I was plucking my arrows out of this thing.
Good. Okay, you can recover half of your arrows. Is usable. You guys are gonna start moving down this hallway.
Yeah.
So as you do, begin moving past this hall adorned with different artwork, art pieces, big portraits. And there is one portrait that is hanging on the wall that probably makes a few of you stop. As it is a scene of a courtyard. Like you can see the high peaks of like a castle. And there are two colossal figures that are built in battle. One of them is this hulking fiend, like reddish skin, horned, wielding a great sword. And opposed to him is being that seems like a very holy warrior with a droopy mustache and kind of foppish hat, wielding a cudgel.
Could this be? It's impossible. Why would they have a depiction of Seth Kapper fighting with Ayers? I mean, not that Ayers looked that way when I saw him last, but I think everything else matches.
Is it? I mean, I don't know, but it seems a good likeness of both of them. Almost like there was somebody present in the temple before and had seen both of them.
Viren would probably point out, recognize figures. I recognize the place, the Castle of Ernest.
Wait, it kind of makes sense. Dan, you remember after the fight, the Lord was gone for a while? And by gone, I mean, like, we couldn't feel his presence in the same plane of existence.
Perhaps him and Eus were sent here? It's possible.
Viren is scrutinizing it a bit, and he points out a detail. He says, "Look, the fiendish one that you call him Ayaz. There's something odd about. Got some metal, shards of metal, painted in his body. Struck by
Wait a second. Okay, let me try to remember this. So we got into the beat Temple of Yaos, and Humboldt took out Fragarak. Running there, I don't remember. Did he attack him? I think so. He attacked him or something. But then Hayo just pointed at the Zord, and the Zord exploded. Could there be a connection here?
It's possible. Do I look on the painting? Is it signed? I mean, is there any indication that it was signed by a particular?
Make an
Artist?
investigation check.
That is not my jam.
Don't see any insignia that would mark this.
Well, I hate to say that, but we got more pressing matters. We'll have time to examine this if things go according to plan, but
I grab my holy symbol and say a little prayer to Saint Cuthbert and head towards the stairs.
Plan is the group would like to head up to the second floor.
Mm.
This group up the tokens. Move you to second floor. So the staircase is just a spiraling staircase that kind of runs up a turret. It will let you off at the second floor. Okay. So the turret will let you off here. 1 second, I gotta turn. Somebody's got to. So turret leads you up to the second floor. It looks like it could continue. And would one of you want to take a peek and see where the staircase leads?
yeah, I think our goal was the third floor, right, guys? I would just
Yeah.
disregard everything else.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right. So as you kind of peek up there, you will see that there is a trapdoor that is locked.
Of course.
Well, we ain't got time for this BS here. He says as he takes out his flaming sword and starts
Wait,
hacking at
you
it.
want, I can pick it maybe.
Okay, well, yeah, sure.
Let's try that first.
Can I assist him with picking it? I also have thieves' tools. Or would you rather us just do our own rolls?
Yeah, probably, because I don't
Okay.
really. I never understand how you're helping somebody pick a lock. Yeah, you can attempt it. Sorry, I think I said trapdoor. It's not a trapdoor. It's a wooden metal door that will not be able to open it. Whatever this lock is, it seems to be pretty pretty thief proof. Almost as if maybe there's an enchantment or something preventing you successfully picking it.
If only we had a third level dispel magic available.
Like a dispel magic. Yeah, okay, I will dispel it.
Or a third level spell slot. Okay.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
And sleight of hand good enough to pick it?
Attempt again.
Do you want to try again?
I can, or you can.
I think you're probably better at it than I am.
Okay. That might do it.
Okay. Combination of a dispel magic and a exceptionally high thieves tools check there will allow you to pick this. So heading directly to the third floor.
Uh huh.
Be mindful of a mist. The lady of the manor fled
Coward.
by
Did
turning
she take
into
our money?
no, she did not. I wanted a tour first. I'm kind of getting it, I guess. So
All right, so you unlock the door and you make your way up to the top level, this dome area, and there's really not a whole lot in terms of furniture or decor in here as you make it up. There are just two posts that are held up. Lady Jolene is chained to one of them, and the other one has similarly chained and bound to the post an elven woman. They both seem to be unconscious, and there's just like this hum in the room. You look up, you can see the golden dome. All the hairs on your body are like raised. It's kind of staticky kind of field, currently.
I move immediately to Lady Jolene.
As you move to her, you could just hear her like kind of under her breath, like, "Thorwald, stop."
It's Donovan, my lady,
Donovan.
and I will attempt to get her bindings off.
Okay. So you start to go to work at that. You can see Baron Metis appears and she says, "Tut tut, now. These two are under my medical care. Why don't you just step back? Let's have a talk."
We have come for our lady.
This one here, this one who has ties to King Thrommel.
She has ties to us all.
Well, what are you planning to do with her once you have her shining knights have come to save her? Gonna whisk her away to Thrommel? That'd be a particularly bad idea.
But how about we ask her what she would do?
I would think being tied in the top floor of a tower is probably not her idea of something that is good.
I'm not speaking of what is good for her or for you. I'm speaking of what is good for all of Darkon. What is good for Darkon is that we have leadership that cares about good people, small. That is, of course, me. As long as this Thrommel is out there masquerading as king, we'll not have peace.
I think that you guys are on the same page, you and the prince, king, whatever he is. Perhaps you guys could work together.
Together, we do not know who this Thrommel is. He is not of these lands.
this is true. What if we could just get him to leave?
That would be fantastic. Then we might have a deal. Then maybe you can have her and I won't bother you. You won't bother me. Maybe we can look to find you're not from here either. Find a way to get you to go back home.
We would love to go back home, but we need her to get him. Trust
I am
me, we
bound
don't
by
want anything to do with your politics here. We would love for you to take the throne and us to go back where we came from.
the politics of this land hold no interest for me. I am bound by honor to return Lady Jolene to King Thrommel.
She looks to you all and she says, seem like you all are on the same page about what should be happening. Maybe you should just leave and try to sort it out for yourselves.
Not without Lady Jolene. And since we're at it, and Torvald points at the elven lady, I don't know about you, but I think that lady has a better place to be than hanging from your ceiling, being zip-zapped with whatever it is that zip-zap her every now and then.
Trying to cure both of the individuals of their delusions.
Didn't you just say like 1 minute ago that you're here because you care about the people? Does that mean like you're caring about them by inflicting pain on them? I don't get it. Explain to a simple mind like myself.
Their
What is
lives
this?
will be much simpler once they get these delusions out of their mind. She believes that she carries the spirit of one of the former Dark Lords. This land. This is very dangerous talk. Trying to help her.
And how do you know it is a delusion?
She just looks at you. Says, it is a delusion.
It is
It is
so
an
because you
impossibility.
say it is so?
Yes, because I say. Because if what she says is true, then the best place for her is right here. Either I will cure her and get her to get this nonsense, or perhaps it is true. And it is just as well that she be here and not allowed to walk free and spread such nonsense.
I will make this easy for you, lady. You're talking nonsense. I get only 30% of it, but it's enough for me to tell you this. You either come to your senses right now, or you're going to have a problem with us. Because we might be confused, but we can all tell a villain when we meet one.
Kind of licks her fanged teeth. Says, so be it. I can see that there is going to be no peaceful resolution here. You fight one that you came into this realm for. And you can see she's like looking towards the back of the room and she's like nodding at something that you're not able.
I do divine sense.
Divine sense. Run through all of the divine sense creature types. It might
Divine
be.
divine sense. Where is it?
60, I think.
So, yeah, 60 feet. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I can detect good and evil until the end of my next turn. You can sense anything affected by the Hollow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
Okay. You do not detect anything other than she is undead. And
Anything off of Lady Jolene or the other lady?
Not explicitly, but maybe off of the elf, you're getting like not that she's undead, but like that there's some kind of like influence or there's some sort of maybe possession going on.
Okay. And it was the elf lady that was who she was talking about, says that she was with or
Yeah,
carrying the spirit of somebody. Okay.
correct. Go ahead and roll yourselves into the initiative.
What was the plus amount for that, Donovan?
+4. Everybody in who is allied with me gets a +4.
And thank you for the follow, Mr. Orange. Thanks for hanging out with us here tonight.
Oh, interesting. There's two of us.
Did it not work for me? 27 on my initiative that for some reason did not carry through.
Okay. Start things off with Rareth.
I'm not on the page. I don't know about anybody else.
The page.
Yeah, I'm still on level 2 myself. Maybe that could be why.
Okay, fixed.
Fixed.
Nice.
Cool.
Okay. Which one of these is the? Never mind. I put my mouse on it. It shows the name. I've got them. So I will be attacking Baron Metaseer. And
Hey, thanks for the follow, Red Bearded SOB. Thanks for hanging out with us here tonight.
Awesome name.
so this is going to be Assassinate. And I think I'll go ahead and use Sharpshooter with it. And so that will be a crit.
Nice.
So that'll be 23 plus the 10, be 33 plus sneakage. $33 and 15 more on top of that.
Great.
And then I will bonus action steady aim. Take my second attack. Oh, looky here. That's a crit.
Dang.
Points.
So that's 28 points.
28 points.
And then one more try. That one may miss.
15 will. But the first two aimed directly at her heart. Stumbles back. very shaken or taken aback by Donovan.
All right. Being the oath of the Watchers, seeing her nod, turning. Did that go through? Yes. I cast See Invisibility. As I spin around, scanning the room.
2 invisible stalkers.
I should say behind us to everybody. Enemies behind us. And I move forward. Where do I go? Dang. I'll just move to engage this one. That's it.
All right, Bralnera is up.
I can't see the invisible things. So I am going to cast Fire Shield. Probably should have done that before, but I didn't. And then I'm going to move up to do we know if this electric field would affect everybody?
You have no idea.
But she's standing in it.
So just the electric field is like kind of from the dome. So like
Oh.
kind of like everybody is theoretically like some kind of field that seems electrically charged.
Alright, I will turn into a giant scorpion and engage with her. And that's my turn.
Siren Metis take her turn. Attack Thorwald. She has a kind of interesting like katana sword that she wields. And first attack will miss. Second attack. Critical fail. I'm gonna use
You
a
have
reroll
rerolls.
on that.
Yep.
I will use a reroll. She is just maybe has been a while since she's been in a fight, you know. She's the boss now, and so it's gotten a little rusty, and so she's just kind of like feebly kind of like, plus she just took like a massive amount of, she's kind of swinging with the katana, but it's kind of more desperate feeling swings. Oh yes. Generate it. Okay. That will bring us next to one of the invisible stalkers. Here is going to move up by Rarith. Take a couple. First attack is an 18 to hit.
Hit.
7 points of damage. Second attack. Deals 5 points. And then Baron Metis is going to use a legendary action. And try to strike again with the sword. Thorwald, swing, not much better. Balnera, it is.
No, I just went. You got me on twice.
Oh, okay. Thorwald, it is your turn.
Bonus action rage. I'm meditating to make this a frenzy, but I will say not yet. So rage, and then as my mouth contorts into, a rageful roar, I scream in the Baron's face, "Stand down!" And then I'll attack her. Recklessly.
Thanks for the cheer, Dawson.
Sorry guys for the wait, but
Loading.
loading. Uh-oh.
As you're swinging away and taking swipes at her, she just looks at you and she says, You would deliver her to him. He will keep Darkon whole. I want to break out of this prison. Don't you? Keep them separate and just wait it out with me.
Doesn't seem to be working, so I'll try from D&D Beyond.
Sure.
See if it does anything. Oh, it actually works. Okay.
That works. 26
So
will
25, yeah, and then damage is normal. Yeah, I think I'm gonna continue from D&D Beyond because I don't think. Oh, it's working. Just a delay. 18 points of damage. And then second attack. It's a crit.
Nice.
Dang.
So I'm gonna roll damage. And I'm gonna smite. So I'm gonna use a second level smite that makes 3d8s. She's undead, so it goes to 4, doubles to 8. Okay, the damage is not coming out. In the meantime, I'll roll the smite. See if this comes out first. Probably not.
That worked.
Okay, so this damage came out. I will try. What should I do here? I can custom roll it, right? So it should be 2d8 plus 8. plus 4d6s.
Much damage.
Yeah, sorry guys, nothing works for me this night. I theoretically rolled them.
But D&D Beyond wasn't working there. Oh, there's
Oh,
something.
there we go.
Something is coming out. So these are the 4d6s. There's still one part missing. I'll try it again. It might come out twice. There we go. Okay, so the grand total is 64 points of damage.
Woo. All right.
35 of it radiant, right?
35 irradiant and 16 fire. But that's all my round.
Right. She stumbles back. You can see she almost like takes a knee. You've hit her so hard. But then she like kind of stands up with the rapier. She's gonna try to take like a swipe up at you.
With advantage now.
Advantage. With advantage,
hits.
she's able to hit.
Yeah.
This is a magical weapon. I don't know if that matters to your thing.
No.
11 points of damage.
Still piercing, right? Even if it's magic.
Piercing.
So
Yep.
yeah.
And then it's Fearon's turn. And Fearon is like looking to you all. He's got like his spell book out and he's like, "Is it time? I can take us there." Kind of wait for your call on when to go. There is an invisible stalker down here by Donovan that is going to attack. Now you can see it, so he doesn't have advantage. So a 20 will miss, I believe. Second attack will miss. Cardina, the elf, maybe is kind of waking up a little bit from the commotion. And you can see like her eyes are kind of just kind of groggily open. Lady Jolene seems more or less still kind of incapacitated. She's pretty groggy also. Need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Anybody who is within 30, or pardon me, 10 feet of me at this point gets a +3.
Alex, is that something that is visible or invisible?
We'll say it's
Effect.
visible. Like
Visible?
it's like
Okay.
there's like this critical mass of like electric energy up above
gotcha.
that then starts to shoot down, and I think you can.
Still doesn't help me much.
All right. So if you get a 15 or higher, you save. You'll take half damage and won't be affected.
I'm gonna use a reroll.
I'm
Okay.
gonna use a reroll too, Alex,
Couple of
if available.
rerolls. Good.
1 second. Saving throw, advantage. Come on, Torby.
Okay.
Here we go.
Did everybody save? So if you fail, take all the damage, and you can't take reactions this turn. If you make it, you take half this damage, and that condition isn't 10 points. It is Rarith's turn.
The Archmage attacks us? What happened there?
It's just, it must be like the token I'm highlighting. It's just the trap. It's like the trap of the dome.
Gotcha.
Did the mage and the NPCs have to make the save, or?
The mage did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He made it, but he takes.
Rareth can't see what attacked him, correct?
That's right. You generally know where it is, so you could strike back at it at this.
Well, I do feel like there's something there, but I can't see it. So I am going to cunning action disengage. And I am going to move here and attack Baron Metis. That's going to be a miss. This one, maybe 23 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
For 18 points of damage.
All right. So as the arrow strikes into the back of Baron Metis, she forms into a mist. See the mist kind of slowly start to make its way down the stairwell.
In that case, I'm going to use the rest of my movement to move over here to Lady Jolene. And on my next turn, I'll start trying to get her loose.
Sounds good. Donovan.
All right. I think this should work. I pull out my holy symbol and do my abjure the extraplanar to attempt to turn these two invisible creatures. Aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, or fiends.
Other one. I think one fails, one saves.
Correct. Yep. So the one that's on me does not, right?
Yep, that's the one that saved.
Okay.
Cool.
And I suppose I'll just say that, we can get out of here anytime as long as we're all within range. So,
Viren will like kind of nod, and you can see him turn to the book, and he's starting the action.
okay.
Relnera.
I'm assuming blind sight can see invisible creatures, right?
Blind sight, no. True sight could see. Blind sight just means that in darkness or whatever.
Okay.
Blind
And
sight is like if you had a blindfold on, then you still have your senses, right? True sight is when you can see like things that are concealed magically.
okay. But I know that Donovan's swinging at something over there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can I go over there and just do disadvantage swings at it?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's just.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, right.
Just do it again. Yeah. Easy.
All right. It still hits.
So that is not giving me disadvantage. I'll just roll. Roll twice, I guess. Oh, I guess it not misses.
Roll it again just in case. You might get a 1. Then I get to
Just
play
in
my little
case.
game.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
That
All
one's
right.
okay. And then Stinger. Six misses.
The turned invisible stalker just the corner of the room. Thorwald.
Does it look like the Rareth is untying or freeing Lady Jolene? That's what is happening.
Yeah, I think probably like it would make sense. The Rareth would maybe have some kind of tool to like kind of try to like break the bindings or whatever, or maybe these tools. I think that process has started.
Okay, so basically seeing that, Thor will go towards the Elven lady and uses Flaming Sword to free her and
Okay.
just hold her tight.
As you are doing that, Firin will include the teleportation spell, and pretty much everybody in this room, other than the invisible stalkers, are going to be transported to Castle Avernus, correct? So,
That's the idea.
we've been going for about 2 hours or so. I don't know, it's been a terribly long time for a break, but this is probably a good time to take one if we need one. So, what do you guys want to do? Like a 10-minute break before we resume?
Sounds good.
This went a lot quicker than I would have thought. I thought this tower thing was going to take a lot longer, but you went directly there. So we're doing good on time. That's what that means. So thanks everyone for hanging out. We are doing the wrap up here of Shadow of the Crown, the epilogue to our Temple of Elemental Evil campaign. We'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we will be right back. So stick with us. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking it out and continuing to hang out with us here tonight as we play the final session of our Shadow of the Crown mini campaign. That is our epilogue to the Temple of Elemental Evil. Temple of Elemental Evil kept us plenty entertained for, a little over a year. I think we played the actual Temple of Elemental Evil, and then we continued our story 10 years later with Princes of the Apocalypse, and now we're finally getting around to resolving the story behind Prince Thrommel. That is what we're doing here tonight. So, the group has just recovered Lady Jolene, and one other mysterious figure has come with them. And you had had a short battle with Baron Alciomedes, who was not very keen on you taking Lady Jolene, it would seem, to Castle Avernus to meet with Prince Thrommel. Has her reasons for that. You got into a skirmish or a battle. She was easily overpowered and outmatched by adventurers of your caliber. And your wizard companion, Firin Zalhalan, has cast the teleportation spell, brought you to Castle Avernus. As the teleportation magics begin to subside, you are greeted by a chill that steals the breath from your lungs. You find yourselves you are standing in what would appear to be a vast open air courtyard that allows you to take in the sights of Castle Avernus. And it is evening at this point, nighttime in the sky. The moon is out. It is not a full moon, perhaps luckily for Donovan, who has just recently been afflicted with lycanthropy, but it probably still kind of twinges at you a little bit and further confirms what you likely already guessed about your condition. But overhead, you can see this towering structure with walls that stretch out between high gabled towers, and you observe that there are what appear like they would have once been majestic banners, but they are they are banners that depict the house sigil of Iriundi. They hang limply from the battlements, but their colors are kind of dulled and muted and a little worn looking, a little tattered. High above you, hundreds of feet overhead, literally like in the sky. Not high enough that it is concealed by the heavy cloud cover, but still hundreds of feet overhead. You see this brilliant light, almost like an orb or a star just above the castle. They're like kind of these tendrils of white energy that stretch out across the sky, and occasionally those tendrils of energy kind of swoop down and like flow downwards all the way down to like the ground level and sweep past your feet. Some kind of mystic phenomenon in the sky that you can't quite understand or explain. And you feel an unworldly hush in the air. There's a silence here that weighs heavily on your ears. Unnaturally so. Like it feels as if the very fabric of reality is kind of strained to its limits here. It's like you're looking around, you can almost see like motes of dust, things like that, just like frozen in air. And you're probably recognizing this courtyard that you're standing in is the very same one that you saw those two figures in the painting. You saw St. Cuthbert and Ayaz in kind of a battle here. There is probably some evidence that maybe a battle did take place here. There's big gouges in the walls where bricks look like they were impacted by some great amount of force and have crumbled. There's sort of scorch marks where it looks like blasts, flame, and things like that have marred and scorched the tiles, the flooring, the cobblestone underfoot. Lady Jolene is free of bindings. The teleportation spell was enough to like kind of remove her from that. Same goes for the elven woman, and both of them are on the floor, kind of waking up. Viren is maybe just at the back of the party, kind of taking it all in. Like he's just astounded by like being here, and he's looking up at the orb in the sky, and you can just hear little gasps of, I don't know, excitement or exasperation kind of coming from him.
The two ladies are laying on the ground, you say, kind of waking up.
Yes.
I move over and pull out a strip of white cloth and touch both of them and cast aid at 3rd level. I will give each of them 10 hit points back along with myself, and raise max hit points up 10 as well.
So as you do that, like Lady Jolene color comes back into her face, and she looks at you and she says, I don't know how I can ever thank you for getting me out of there. It was complete torture what she was doing. She just like looks over at the Where are we?
We are in a realm called Darken. That is all we know. I do not know where it is. I've never heard of it until speaking with people that we have met here.
Viren, maybe would step forward and say, specifically, we are at Castle Avernus. This has historically been the seat of power, Dark Lord of the Realm. Recently, this is where the Lich Aslan Rex held dominion. Lived here as a recluse, engaging in his magical research. There are probably many secrets held within the walls.
But my lady, most notably, you must know that Prince Thrommel has taken up residence here. We think that that's what you wanted to meet him.
Well, that is what got us started on this journey, and not the way I saw it going, but come this far. He is here. I wish to see him.
In her head, I'm going to say, you know he's a vampire, right?
A vampire, she says?
Uh-huh.
How do you know this? What? How could that be?
How can
How
he still be alive?
how could it be that we know?
I'm so
Or how
confused.
could it be that he is?
You could just see she's just like tired and exasperated, and this kind of out of nowhere revelation is just taxing her.
Milady, we wanted to let you know a little bit at the time. I don't know how you learned it, but yeah, you might see things that will belay your ability to comprehend. So we want to make sure you're ready for this.
I don't understand what you're asking me to be ready for. He is he not himself? Is he not Drommel?
Well, when last I saw him, he was himself very much. But the letter he sent us here seems to imply I don't know. I don't want to say something. I don't know, milady. I really do not know. I love the man. He is the symbol of everything good that is in the realm. At the same time, things have changed. I guess we
I
all
can't.
have to get
I need to
used to
see
it.
him. I need to see him. The elvish woman is starting to wake up, and she says, "Is here. He is here because he was called, summoned by the dark powers of this land. But they have not accepted him. That is why the land is sick. That is why it is falling apart. He still clings to his humanity. This is where the soul Darkon resides within this castle. Heart is not acceptable to the dark powers.
It would seem you carry a dark power within you.
heavy burden. But it is important that someone who is acceptable to the darkness be on the throne. Must find your friend. Just ask him to step aside. I carry within me the first Dark Lord. This realm, Darkalis Rex. Mage of insurmountable power. It is the only thing I could think to do when I learned of what was happening to the realm. I knew that something had to be done, and he spoke to me through the pool where my clan ancestrally dwells. Fortunately, I was intercepted by Baron Metis before I could make my way to the castle and find a way to fully summon Darkalis back.
I will not pretend that I understand what you're talking about, but one question I do have. We have seen a painting of our Lord Saint Cuthbert fighting someone that I believe was Aias. So how does he feature into this?
I do not know. I had heard that there were godlike beings that had been summoned here some time ago, some years ago, but I don't know enough about what transpired here. It was about that time that people say they started to see this star in the sky. Perhaps they are connected. And maybe at about this time, you start to see that there is you start to hear like the sounds of marching feet. Up on like the parapet, you can see like these skeletal warriors wearing Furyandi armament, whatnot, carrying banners of Furyandi, start to like kind of march and form a circle around the courtyard looking down at you. Maybe like 25 in total. They don't have like weapons like drawn menacingly or not like that. They're just like marching and like forming up. And then you see that they are with a man who wears his hair short, very neatly arranged, and he's complemented by a precisely trimmed mustache. He's cloaked in blue and adorned with a tunic of rich red, clearly wearing the colors of Furyandi. His attire exudes formality, and he's wearing a pin on his tunic that seems to suggest that he's the chancellor to the king, the kind of thing that Donovan would be able to spot and know. And he kind of looks down at you, and he in a booming voice kind of addresses the group. He says, "On behalf of King Thrommel IV, I bid thee welcome to Castle Avernus. Your arrival was not unexpected, but perhaps the method of your travel has caught us off guard a bit. Nonetheless, my liege has requested that he meet with you as soon as you have settled and refreshed yourselves, for matters of grave importance lie before us, and your presence in these hallowed halls may hold the key to untangling the shadowy threads of destiny that..." And then he sort of gestures towards there's some like stairwells that would like lead you up onto the parapet. Seems that he wants to escort you and your group to bedrooms, places of accommodation where you could drop off any of your stuff or whatnot before a formal audience with the king.
Yes, let us take this conversation to our quarters.
And so you are escorted by this retinue of skeletons through the winding halls of Castle Avernus. And he takes you to like one of the towers where it would seem that this is a place where there are guest bedrooms and things like that. And there's room for all of you. The rooms are fairly well appointed with bed, dresser, kind of the normal amenities that you would expect, but a little dingy, I would say. Maybe a little dusty, but not just a little uncared for. Cobwebs in the corners of the ceilings and things like that. But he leaves you to it, and he says that he will be back in an hour to escort you to the king for your audience with him.
All right, getting whatever refreshments are offered or whatever. The elven lady, to her, I say, "What is your name?"
My name is Cardina.
Cardina. What is the intent of the spirit you carry with you? Does he wish to rule these lands again?
I believe so.
And will he rule them through you? Or will he find another host?
That part of it is unclear to me. Has not talked with me since before I arrived at the Black Tower. But I need to find a way to summon him forth. It doesn't control me. It isn't like that. He just guides with it. More of a passenger.
The kind word.
I'm not sure that he is fully awake.
Was he a good ruler when he ruled the first time?
A tyrant. But that is what is needed to become the ancient. Become the land. Dark powers don't seek good rulers. That is why your Thrommel is being rejected.
Because he refuses to be that.
It's only a theory, but it helps to explain what is happening to the land.
Well, I'm sorry for your land, but cannot but think that a part of me is happy about that. Thrommel part. The land part, we still need to find a solution, and I think you seem to have a potential solution. Then I guess
It would seem the Baron's sister has been rejected as well, yes?
I don't believe that she truly wishes to rule, only in so far as it might gain her access to secrets to leave.
Speaking of leaving, how are we going to get out of here?
I mean, we got here somewhere, somehow. So whatever got us here, I'm pretty sure can reverse.
I believe the lord of the land, the ruler of Darken, it was stated to us previously, could provide us passage to our own realm.
She says, Cardina says, if he has mastered the mists, perhaps.
Do you believe that it is possible for King Thrommel or Prince Thrommel, to have mastered the mists without actually being accepted as the ruler of the land?
I have my doubts on. Viren is maybe looking out the window. You're higher up now, up at that orb in the sky. And he says, if it is true that these gods came here and left, could it be that orb in the sky? So I don't know what the nature of it is, but maybe it was their exit point. Don't know how to reach it.
Well, the town we sought was attacked by some creatures. One of them flew on a nightmare. It's possible with that type of travel, one could reach that point.
So it could be. I'd very much like to study it. But I suppose we have a meeting to attend first.
Towa will look towards Lady Jolene and try to understand how she feels, what she's thinking.
She's been pretty quiet and withdrawn since you've come up to the resting chambers, but she says, I have been taught that vampirism is an evil affliction. It changes a person. Thorwald, you say that you've met with him and you've talked with him, and you say that he is as he was, that his heart did not change.
Not when I met him.
I still care for him very deeply. Time has not eroded the love that I feel for him. Something has happened to him and he is in trouble. I need to help him.
Thorwald, didn't you tell us that he was being controlled by Ius as well?
I didn't say that.
You didn't say it?
Did I? I might have said that I fear he might, not that I know he is. I have no evidence to support that. In fact, as I was saying to Jolene, that when I've seen him, he reasoned soundly and he seemed to be wanting to do the right things, I suppose. Not that I'm the best judge of character, one might say, but that's what I believe. Either way, if Lady Jolene wants to meet Thrommel, she will do so, and we'll stand ready to support her and him however we can.
You hear a knock upon the door. My friends, it is I, Abashith, Chancellor. The king awaits.
It's impolite to make a king wait, so let's proceed.
I agree.
You all are escorted then through the castle, down out of the tower, and back to kind of the keep proper. You were brought in. Leading the way. And so you are brought in through double doors into this enormous room that opens up before you, stretching well over 100 feet to the other end. The ceiling is higher than all but the tallest of trees. The walls and ceiling are layered in hammered gold, finely filigreed and delicately painted. Rich silk tapestries hang from the walls. The far end of the room appears to be one huge curtain that has the sigil of Furiundi upon it. And centered against that backdrop is a monolithic throne. The chair itself sits atop a raised, stepped stage as tall as a man. The throne itself is sized to seat a giant, not a man. It is worked in silver and inlaid with rubies and sapphires, and seated upon this throne is Thrommel the Fourth. He stands tall and straightens his posture as you are announced by the Chancellor. His pale face is strong and chiseled, with dark, deep-set eyes, and upon his head he wears a crown crafted from gold, its surface gleaming with intricate filigree and 7 resplendent gemstones, one representing each province of Furiundi. He beams as he pronounces, "Welcome, friends! Welcome to Furiundi!" And you can see Jolene's body is sort of trembling. And she steps forward with a little bit of trepidation. And Thrommel steps down off of the dais and walks towards Jolene. And she utters very meekly, "Thrommel? Is it really you?" And he steps forward. "It's me, my love. I'm here. I'm real." And they embrace. Jolene wraps her arms around him tightly and begins to sob. "I thought I'd lost you forever." And you can just hear, it's almost like a private conversation whispered between them, but you can hear in this space him respond, "Though time was robbed of us, nothing could keep me from experiencing this moment. I love you now, forever." Their lips meet, and the kiss that had been left wanting for decades fills this sullen hall with a brief moment of both joy and sorrow. Through it all, their hands become entwined. Prince Thrommel turns to address you. "I don't know how I can ever thank you for watching over Lady Jolene and bringing her safely to Furiundi. Perhaps you will enlighten me with how I can use my newfound position as king to reward you of everything that you have done tonight. Perhaps we can do this over dinner."
This is not Furiundi.
Of course it is. Perhaps I've not given you enough time to rest. You're very tired from your travels.
Do you remember me from beneath the temple?
Why, of course, Rareth. Talked many times. Your friendship
Well,
kept me sane during my isolation.
then believe me when I tell you that this is not Furiandi. You do deserve to be king of Furiandi, but this is not it.
Make a persuasion check. He says, "You must be tired." And you could probably see a shift in the demeanor of the Chancellor, who's like staring directly at Rareth right now. Come, if you need more time, dinner won't be for some time yet anyway. Um, Lady Jolene, perhaps,
I'll be
perhaps,
right back, Alex. I got somebody knocking on my door.
sure. He just proposes that him and Lady Jolene have some time alone before dinner, that they might be able to catch up after all this time. And the Chancellor says, "I think that would be a wonderful idea, my liege." The rest of you are free to explore the castle as you wish. Go back to your rooms and rest. He says, at 7 bells, dinner will be served. Maybe that's like 2 hours from now or something like that. Is there anything that any of you are doing in this moment?
Thor would put an arm around Rareth and whisper to him, "Brother, you're speaking the truth, but we have to understand what's going on here before we act."
So Lady Jolene and Thrommel move up and around to over here, and then they go like behind the tapestry and
One thing I want to be clear about, Alex, the Chancellor seems to be just a normal human, right?
he seems to be human.
Do we want to verify that, Danny?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. I will open myself up to the divine sense.
Check something.
Obviously,
Not sure.
there's going to be tons of undead all over the place, but I specifically want to know if this guy is.
No.
He is not. Okay.
So, Mr.
Chancellor.
Chancellor. Okay, go on.
You seem concerned with what Rareth had to say. Um, you disagree with him? You think this is Spear Andy?
So I think that was addressed to. You're talking to
The
David's character?
Chancellor.
Or the Chancellor.
Yeah.
Says this is Furiandi. This is the castle. Rommel's realm.
What is your name, if I may inquire? My name is Thowell Arno.
My name is Ebeshaith. Chancellor?
Elishith?
Ebeshaith.
So you were born in Furiande?
I did not say that.
No, I'm asking.
No.
So your certainty about the identity of this castle and this land being Furiande is based upon?
I serve at the pleasure of the king Darkon. He believes
Bingo.
that this is Furiandi, and so it is.
And I respect your conviction. However, if I may point out something, no, I don't want to be impolite. If that's what you want to believe, if that's what Thrommel wants to believe, I certainly respect that. But why then is the land not healed? I guess not healed is healed is not the proper word here, but why is not the land attuned, perhaps, to being Furiandi?
This is not your concern. It will be. The land will accept Thrommel.
That's good, I guess.
So the dinner, the dinner is a celebration.
Of course, you are honored guests here. You are friends of the king. He has spoken much of you since the past few days, and much more of his lady Jolene.
Lady
I'll ha-
Jolene isn't safe now. If this guy thinks that Thrommel's going to be accepted tonight, then he thinks that Thrommel is going to turn her.
I don't think Thrommel will do anything bad to the woman he loves and has loved for many decades. Just inconceivable.
He doesn't even realize where he's at, Thorwald.
He doesn't want to. Doesn't mean he doesn't realize. He is just trying with all of his might to make true what he always wished for. And honestly, with you and I, what he deserves. While I cannot even begin to comprehend what he went through, I think I sympathize with a man who have seen everything taken from him and clings to every little figment of hope to go on. We cannot deprive him of that. Of that, at least, he must be allowed to cling to if he so wishes.
Donovan, what say you?
I mean, is this conversation actually happening in front of the chancellor? I mean,
Is.
He's just like, he's not leaving.
No.
And just to be clear, there are like 4 very clearly like undead like guards in here, like honor guards.
What I think is that Lady Jolene has returned to the arm of her prince and love. We have been invited to take part in a celebration. And I think we should take our leave go to our quarters and prepare ourselves for a night of revelry and celebration.
I'm not wearing the dress again. No.
So the Chancellor just like gives a bow and he says, "I will leave you. You know, you remember the way back, I presume."
We do.
And so you're kind of free to go. Is that the destination you want to go back to your kind of private areas to talk and such? So yeah, you can return
Yes.
back to that tower. I'm not moving you guys around the map just because it's like
Sure,
it's such a
no,
big
that's
map and it's like doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, y'all don't want to scout out the place first? He did give us free reign to the castle.
I'd rather really not stumble upon the proverbial skeleton in the closet here, if you get my
Right.
meaning.
Yeah, I'm fine with going back to chambers to have a more private conversation. And
All right, sounds good. Rareth?
The fact that you think our conversation is going to be any more private in that chamber than it is right here, it's not. But we'll go.
So you make your way back to the tower, find your accommodations. I guess probably the elf Cardina. Like she'd probably go off by herself a bit, unless like you were going to involve her in the conversation. I think Fearon is kind of like he's feeling like he's a part of the group. He's going to probably come over by you guys, like talk about what the game. Shoo him away.
yeah, no, that's fine that he's here. He got us here. My gosh. I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone call. I got to take this real quick, Alex. In a nutshell, well, you guys go ahead and talk.
Sure.
Give me a couple minutes here.
Fearon is just going to kind of review a few of the things that have come up, and he says, "So what we know is your friend is under some kind of delusion that he is somewhere that he isn't. But seem still himself. Say he's a vampire.
He was last time I saw him.
Regardless, he hasn't done anything that has glued him to the land. Meanwhile, we've got Cardina, seems to think that she has someone who can take his spot, but we don't know how to extract this being or summon it or whatever her plan is. It isn't 100%.
What do the lore tells? How is there anything that you have accessed through the years that gives you an idea of how you cement, so to speak, the pact between a Dark Lord and the land?
Imagine it is a deal sealed in blood.
Whose blood?
Else's. Someone that the dark powers see as acceptable sacrifice.
Are you saying, I just want to be clear, I understand what you're implying here. Are you implying that if Throma were to sacrifice Jolene, would that be an acceptable sacrifice.
I think it would be exactly the kind of thing that the Dark Powers would seek. Blood born from him giving up a bit of his humanity to get what he wants.
Yes, that that was something that I was thinking was if this Chancellor Ibishith, is that right?
Yeah.
If Chancellor Ibishith is convinced that the land will accept Lord Thrommel this evening, then I fear for Lady Jolene.
Be fair, he had a perfect opportunity while they were embracing. Indeed, didn't.
Is
Perhaps
it
he
po-
wanted to discuss with her and get her on board.
What a thing to bring up to your loved one.
Well, he is insane.
He's not insane,
Oh,
and something here is off. Okay, so let me try to rehearse this. The land hasn't accepted Thrommel yet, correct? That's a fact that it's indisputable. Otherwise, the land would be healed and blah, blah, blah. So the land is not healed, so that's not happened yet. Thrommel appears to be still him, and he hasn't killed her outright when he could in front of us. Does not mean that he's not going to do it later. But why so this guy, Eben Shate, or whatever his heck name is, so convinced that he will? And who does he represent? Because if he was the land does not accept the Thrommel, so why he seems to be positive that he will be accepted tonight? I don't get it. None of this makes sense.
I fear the Chancellor. There's more to the Chancellor than meets the eye. He seems to me that perhaps he contains some power that is keeping. Perhaps he has the ability to have Thrommel lose himself in what he has become. Somehow, some way. Unleash the beast that is now currently Prince Thrommel.
but again, why didn't he do that while they were embracing?
Because we were there, there's probably a pomp and circumstance ceremony. I mean, I do not know what it takes for the land to accept, but I would guess it would be something more than just an act. I would think it would be
A ceremony,
a whole
a
production,
ritual.
a ritual.
And
Yes.
are we on board with this?
No, we're not. No, we're
No.
not. But nonetheless, so let's run through at least three hypotheses here, okay? For the
Okay.
sake of just throwing something on the wall. One, Thrommel is going to engage in a ritual, kill Jelaine, and become the Lord. Two, the Elven Lady, Cardena, is going to likewise be involved in a ritual, probably be horribly slaughtered, and the Dark Lord inside of her is going to come out. Three, some other bloody pact performed by yet unknown third parties is going to occur, and a third Dark Lord that is not the first and the second is going to occur. These are the three I can concoct, but I'm sure you guys can find others. Is there any of those three plus innumerable and countable ones that I can't even conceive that would look acceptable to us?
No.
And are we allowing this to happen? We're just going
No.
to. Well,
No.
hold on. If we want to get out of here, somebody has to be in charge, right?
Are you making this about us, Valera? Who cares? This is about hundreds of people that inhabit this place.
So I think the best option would be having Trommel on the throne then.
Well, the best option would be having someone on the throne without having someone slaughtered and sacrificed. That would be awesome.
Well, I don't think that's an option, though. Somebody's going to have to die. Probably tonight to seal the deal. Or nobody dies and this place just falls apart?
Therefore, everybody dies, we included. Right? Do I get this right?
Sure. I don't know. I've never been here.
Yes, I would. I would think the way this would go down, if Prince Thrommel is seeing this place, he's seeing an illusion of Furiandi around him. It would not be a wild step to think that whatever powers are causing this veil to be over his perception of what is going on around him could change the perception of Lady Jolene, turn her into a monster in his eyes, and he feels he has to kill her. Some kind of thing like that. We need something else to take its place, or his place. It may be that we have to kill him. I am not opposed to that. My charge is the protection of Lady Jolene at all costs. Everybody, Prince Thrommel is the least of my worries at the moment. I feel that I believe the Chancellor is the one pulling the strings. I think he is the key to a lot of this.
Then let's kill him.
Well, if we kill him and I'm wrong,
I hate to say this, but why we always have to kill someone? Isn't this the moment of peace? Isn't this a moment of we do something good for everybody?
You just laid out 3 scenarios that said that there is no peace.
Well, that's just because I'm stupid and I can't conceive one. Doesn't mean that there's not one.
what if we were to approach the Chancellor and let him know what spirit lies inside of Cardina? If he is truly attuned to the land or doing the land's bidding in some way, it may very well be that he would be amenable to us just taking Thrommel and Lady Jolene, and the ceremony flips to her, and we've got somebody else on the throne, and more or less the deal we make is you let us get passage back home, and then we can deal with Thrommel in actual Furiandi.
Donovan,
And it may be that once he really truly realizes all of this stuff, he may go nuts anyways, and we've got to kill him at that point. So
your divine sense,
mm-hmm.
would that have told you if the Chancellor was a god?
No.
What if the Chancellor's eyes?
What do you mean?
Thrommel Lord.
What if the Chancellor is
Is.
Is what?
is.
That is highly possible.
We've thought all along that Thrommel was under the control of eyes. Maybe he still is.
Could be. If the Chancellor is him, then we are we're in a
Screwed.
very
That's what you want to say, Johnny?
we're in a very, very bad way. Yes. Thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You don't think your god's going to come and help us this time?
I do not know.
Do you
I do not.
feel?
I feel him, but he is. I don't want to say he's cloaked. I would say it's more that I am cloaked.
Regardless, this task has been placed upon our shoulders. So we have to find a way out of this.
I think we need to talk to Thrommel without the Chancellor. Maybe some of us create a diversion while one or two of you try to get to Thrommel.
And what?
If he's being deluded, what's the point?
If we lose the only advantage we have is that he trusts us and believes that we are his friends. If we get rid of that, then we truly have no alternative than just go nuts, hobo crazy, and kill everything and everyone.
Well, he's delusional enough to think that we were friends when we met. The first thing I did was killed the meal that he was eating.
He's not responsible for that condition, Rarity. You understand that, do you? It's not like he asked to become a vampire, blood-sucking creature. I feel you. I don't want you to think that I'm somehow saying that you're wrong. I know you're right and I trust you, but I don't know why you don't see this. That he is a victim here.
And I've came here of my own free will to help him, which is what I'm trying to do.
And ultimately, the best help we could give him, if everything goes sideways, would be true death.
But what if we can actually control his condition and be the hero that Flannes is always needed?
That would be great.
That's where we are now.
Correct.
Like, he's not in control. What happens if we put the elf in charge?
Who knows?
Viren says
Like, does that?
doesn't sound like the elf is the one. It's whatever it is, this Darkalis Rex.
Well, that's kind of what I meant. But if he's in charge, then Ius isn't. I think that's what we should be going for. Assuming we all think that the Chancellor is Ius.
Viren, do you suppose that there is a library in this castle that we could try to find anything on this Dracolis, whatever his name is?
Absolutely must be. I don't know if I'm a beginner to truly research much, but we can try.
I would say we try, unless you guys come up with a better plan. Because the part where I'm really, really, really scared shitless is the part where that dude that Saint Capet was fighting looks like Ayus, but might not be him. What is the thing about the metal part in his skin? That's so much things we don't know.
All right, to the library then. Start reading, Thorwald.
Well, I'm not good with that stuff. I heard you are, Balnera.
I'm okay with it.
Probably better than me.
Just feel like we're gonna let whatever we do, it's gonna be the wrong decision. We're gonna let Ius out of this realm that he's trapped in. and we're only going to make things worse.
Yeah.
I have faith in us. We always came through everything that occurred to us with a lot of mistakes, granted.
Fearing. If there was how do I want to ask this? Is there any way to be able to discern the land's connection with the ruler?
Oh. Right now we are just supposing this connection. This disfavor with the Dark Lords, the Dark Gods.
So if the land had chosen somebody, there would be no way to really tell other than they're just the ruler. There's no ritual that could be done to know if there actually is a connection to, if a connection exists or anything of that nature.
So could find. Gonna pull out his spell book real quick and just see if there's anything that he could do. Yeah, I mean he's got scrying, but that just shows you where he says he is sure that there probably is a way, and likely maybe there is even a way here in this castle, given that it was the domain of a very powerful lich. Likely has all sorts of different magical laboratories and repositories of arcane knowledge, but is not something that can be done in this moment.
Right.
You
And
guys continue to talk. Figure out what you want to do. I'm going to take out the crystal ball and I'm going to scry for the Lady Julene. See what she's doing.
good idea.
So your vision takes you in
PG
the
21.
what was it? Keep it
PG 21, man.
yeah. Ah. It's not too steamy yet, at least. So you're seeing the royal bedroom, and Thrommel and Julian are sitting like at a table, and there's like a silver platter out, and they've got some crystal goblets that they are, looks like they're drinking some wine and in some conversation with one another. You see Thrommel produce a vial. Like it looks like the kind of thing like a tincture or medicine or something like that might hold. And he's like kind of gesturing at it, talking to Jolene, who it looks like on her face, she's like whatever it is that Thrommel is saying, it looks like she's trying to come to a conclusion about something. She's contemplating a choice that she has. But then, as you're watching this scene take place, you see she reaches out and she takes it. I guess what does scrying say? Like, on them for as long as possible.
Yeah.
Did she drink it or did she just take it from him?
That's what I'm trying to decide here.
I
Okay.
think you can listen as well with scrying.
Yeah, let me just look. Oh, he gets a wisdom saving throw. I guess I've already gone this far, but we will.
Oh no,
give
I'm
her...
scrying on her, so
Okay, so she could saving throw. Okay, the scene ends there. I already gave you too
Okay.
much.
Hmm.
Well, it appears that whatever she's decided, she didn't want us to know.
It is her decision to make, guys. We have to respect that, whatever she chooses. As long as she's not forced against her will, I'm okay with it. If she
You're
wants to spend, let me be clear, in case I'm not clear. If she decides to join him in Immortal on Death, as far as that might make me sad, it's her prerogative.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Where does that leave us, though?
Where we began, we accepted this charge to deliver her safely to Thrommel.
And that's been done.
If that's been done, then I believe we could conceivably be released from our oath. Danny?
I would say getting her, I mean, the idea, the way I understood it, was getting her to her meeting with Prince Thrommel, or seeing her safely to Furiandi. She is not in Furiandi and not safe.
Yeah, but that's her choice. That's not yours, Dunny. You can't just decide that, oh, well, I'm going to kill Thrommel because I don't like the fact that he's going to turn her into a vampire.
No. What I'm saying is my oath will not be fulfilled until she is safe in Furiandi. If she takes it upon herself and does whatever she wants and then releases me, that would end my excuse me, that would end my oath.
So
That
if
she
she
is
doesn't
not in
want to go back
Furiandi,
to,
and if she doesn't want to go back and she releases me, then she's the only one who can release me.
So, quick question: are you guys having this conversation like en route to trying to find a library? Trying to do.
My understanding was that the fear had said that even if we find it, we're not gonna have the time to really go through that. So I kind of dropped it. But let
Okay,
me know
gotcha.
if I'm
well, I think we could probably still look, right?
Yeah, he's not saying it's impossible, just more like
Oh, okay.
it's probably
Difficult.
unlikely. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well, then if there's even a little chance, I would say yes.
sure. So we'll say that maybe around about this point in your conversation, like you're winding a corridor in the castle, and you find a small library. That again, kind of like the rest of the place, it's nice. It's finely appointed, but it is just a little bit dingy and unkempt, dusty, that kind of thing. Fearon pretty quickly as soon as you enter. Fearon isn't really that concerned about the Thrommel Jolene drama. Like that's like totally not. He doesn't care, but he's more concerned. Like, okay, if you guys are saying like, I'm just gonna summarize kind of his position and what he would say in all of this is he'd be fine if the dark power is the thing that they need to accept Thrommel is for him to turn Jolene. Like he'd be fine with that, but he understands you guys are personal friends and things like that. And so if that's off the table, there needs to be some resolution to who is going to sit on the. So that is like his concern. Okay, it's okay if it's not Thrommel, but then what is? Are we going in with the elf plan? And he's probably, as you're looking through books, trying to figure out brainstormed some out of the box thinking in terms of that as well. But he's gonna hit the books then, start flipping through.
Bronera, is it possible to attempt to scry on the Chancellor?
Probably not if he's a god, but I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Some scrying
See-
on.
The Chancellor.
See, what here's my worry. I mean, this is going to go off the rails probably. But if Ayuz was trapped here, he is automatically going to be connected to the land. Period.
Not necessarily. He might not want to be connected to the land and be stuck here.
Well, or or this is something that is on par with his power and connects to him anyways. It may just be like a parasite, and there's nothing he can do about it. For him to break free, he's got to find somebody else to take his place, and that would allow him to get out, because this thing grabbed us. I mean, and if he was in charge of it, he could make it look like it was crumbling all around. I mean, if he is the one who's in charge. I'm just saying, if the Chancellor is Ayuz, it's probably, there's more going on in this thing than what we think. And what better way to weaken Furiandi than have it be Thrommel that takes the throne here when Belvor's dead?
I mean, he's the one who concocted the plan to snatch him from his wedding and turn him into a vampire. So I'm not saying that you don't have a point there.
Yeah. I mean, basically, he would get released at the same time Thrommel's stuck
he's
here.
bound. Yes.
That Thrommel's bound here. Furiandi has no king, and he's back out and basically just takes his hordes and heads south. So like I said, that's probably not the truth, but
I hope it's not.
yeah,
That'd be terrible.
would be. Yeah, no. But anyways, were you able to scry on?
With an 18, I think it won't.
Damn. And that means that does he know that you tried?
I don't know.
Okay.
Hopefully not.
Oh. Which is why I would like to know if there's already somebody who is in, if there is some way to detect that connection. If there currently is no connection with anybody, everything might be on the up and up, and it's all Thrommel based. If there is currently a connection, it would be worst case scenario type situation. So
As you're continuing your conversation, at some point, Fearin chimes in. He says, I have found a reference to Arcalis Rex. It seems that, according to this, he's a very powerful wizard, ruled Darkon for hundreds. It wasn't until the appearance of Azalin Rex dispatched him that he posed.
So there have been two rulers of Darkon. The original one, Darkolis, and then Aslan, who deposed the first. Do we know if Aslin was deposed, or the way I understand it, all we know is that he disappeared, but we don't know for a fact that he was deposed.
Should ask Rommel this question. Obviously.
Yeah.
Chancellor could also be the Lich, too. He's tired of ruling this place. He wants out.
Could be.
Fearin,
Yeah. If he's a powerful lich, he could likely thwart my divine sense. That would be ways.
Fearin drops the book. And he just like is like blank stare. Almost like he's having like a stroke or something. It seems like something is happening with him. Like he's not present with.
I grab his shoulders.
He's not responsive.
I grab his shoulders. Buddy, you okay?
And he's just like, you're kind of shaking him, and he's just far away look.
Uh-oh.
I'll reach down and grab the book, pick it up and look at it. Is it by chance still open on the same page he was on?
It just kind of, yeah, probably. Like it kind of falls down, and you pick it up, and you can see that it is just, it's like a historical record of kind of the year by year summary of like the big events, like an almanac of the things that have happened in Darkon over the years. And so you would be able to like kind of reference some of the things that he was just telling you about Darkalis and Aslan.
I'll read a little bit further.
Make a, I guess either probably investigation check.
All right, now my jam.
Most of it seems pretty uninteresting, and so you can't really you don't quickly pick out any details that seem prescient, right?
Okay.
But then you
Let
do
everybody
hear,
know I don't really see anything.
you hear the bells clanging 7 times.
Well, that's the call to the mill.
Mm-hmm.
And
What do you
Fearin's
think?
still little.
He kind of snaps out of it after once the bells start ringing.
You okay?
You okay, buddy?
So well. Be a bit of food.
Here, take these rations. I hand
Have
him
you ever-
over.
Have you ever had a spell like that before?
Oh. Odd body
Where did you go?
Oh, I saw a skeletal form on the throne, though.
Oh, good.
Is it a premonition, or is it a vision from past time?
Of the past, yes.
I guess one way to find out.
He takes her rations. Skeever, his little imp companion, kind of scurries out from somewhere to like kind of nip at some of the rations. And he says, "Well, shall we?" Seem being expected.
Let's do this.
How's everybody feeling?
I'm feeling like I'm swimming in an ocean and I don't know which side firm ground is. That's how I feel.
I am feeling stretched, but
Well,
determined.
perhaps if we get some food in us, things will be better. I think they're gonna poison us here.
Mm, it's a possibility.
I mean, it's undeads, so what do you expect us to defeat us with?
Yeah.
Okay. That all set up. Hopefully you can all see the map. But
Yeah.
you find your way to the banquet hall, and you enter into this immense room. This large table dominates the center of the room, made of rich, dark wood and covered with bowls of steaming vegetables, including caramelized carrots, buttered asparagus, and roasted potatoes, all spread out strategically along the lengths of the table, particularly on the far end. There are trays of succulent meats cooked to perfection that are being brought forth by skeletal figures from the kitchens of the castle, and decanters of wine that are positioned at intervals between the chairs, aligned with precision, one at one per each setting of chairs, a pair of chairs. And then there is the whole table is ringed with these identical chairs, except for one on the north end. A high backed chair that is grander in both size and design. It stands tall and foreboding, ornate with embellishments that symbolize power and mastery and undeath. Lots of skull motif and things like that. It stands very much in contrast to it is clear that this chair was not meant for Thrum. Sits in it. The room itself is well decorated. Tapestries depicting landscapes and battles hang along the walls. Chandeliers of crystal and iron dangle from the high ceiling, and their candles are burning with a dim light that casts long shadows across the room. The floors are of polished marble, dulled now with the passage of time. Despite all the opulence of this chamber, just like the other places you've been, there's just this feeling of abandonment. Dust and cobwebs have laid claim to surfaces other than the table, and the hall bears a feeling of neglect. As you all enter, Thrommel stands and he says, "Welcome, friends! Welcome. Please come. We have a grand banquet prepared for this reunion for me and Jolene, and of course for our friendship over these many years." And you can see Jolene is sitting in the chair to his right, but she's younger looking. Her crow's feet are gone and smoothed out. Her hair has returned to its light blonde color. All of the wrinkles have washed away, and she's youthful and more vibrant. The Chancellor sits to his left. You can see him reaching for a decanter of wine and filling up his goblet as he kind of eyes. His eyes are still like on Rarith. Almost like a you know, like the daycare teacher that's just like, "Are you gonna have an outburst today?" He's just keeping a close eye on you as you all filter in. Fearon goes and it sits down, and so does Cardina is here as well. She's already there, seated, but Fearon goes and he sits down across from her. It seems like he's going to give you for the chairs, like kind of closer to the conversation, maybe with Thrommel. Go ahead and move your tokens where you'd like to be situated.
Okay. As I approach, oops. Kind of when I get to about right here, whatever, I will do another divine sense, seeing if Lady Jolene is now undead.
She is not.
She is not. Okay. I
You're
will.
looking well,
As I get.
milady.
I didn't hear any of.
Oh, I said you're looking well, milady.
She like nods and kind of a sheepish smile maybe on her face. She says, "I've been very well cared for. We had a very good reunion."
Then my heart is filled with joy to see you next to each other. And I want to raise this goblet to whatever was destined and didn't happen yet. But tonight we're going to change that.
And Prince Thrommel holds up his glass, Lady Jolene as well, and they say, "Here's to not dwelling on times lost, but on the times that we forge ahead." Nod towards you and drink. Should I make everybody really nervous and ask, like, who's...
I'm drinking.
It's fine.
I would
I'm
be
not
as well.
It's just wine. But I'd say, Donovan, give me a wisdom saving throw, just because you're in a fine dining situation, and I think you're being called back to the paranormal experience you had back at the house. You're fine. You're able to kind of, even though it's a little unnerving, you're expecting all the knives to like kind of fly up in your face at any moment.
Right.
Prince Thrommel, just seems like he wants to engage with you a bit about stories of your heroics since he last saw you. And maybe he would look to Rarith and say, "It has been a long time since I'd seen you down. You had come visiting me. Understand from what you tell me that you had quite a quite an adventure with more of those elemental cultists."
We dispatched the forces of Oz again.
Ayaz was behind what you were dealing with out there in Rastor?
Oz is behind everything, isn't he?
Well,
I have my eye open for the chancellor, and I say, "Ayuz is garbage.
you can make an insight check.
He's a worthless cur." That one.
The Chancellor doesn't seem like he's really paying attention to like this story or whatever you're talking about. He's just kind of like, hmm. So I don't know. Your read on it is if you believe that he is Ayaz and you're saying like this like derogatory stuff, he's keeping a pretty good poker face because he doesn't seem to be responding to it.
Very well.
Don't think I wasn't like thinking while you guys were coming up with that wild theory. I was like, is there a way that I could like orchestrate this to like make him Ayaz? Because that's pretty good. But it doesn't. So, Thrommel just kind of is moving around the table, kind of trying to gather personal stories, or he wants some stories of heroics at this banquet. This is a day to celebrate. Maybe he'll move over to Thrommel or to Thorwald to ask you about What is this I hear? You have built a keep out in the hills, no?
Yeah, I spent a fortune on it, and your father helped as well. If I ever go back there, I would like to make it into a sort of border watchtower, so that we may keep watch over the lands of Hamlet.
This is good. We need more like you watching not just our northern border, but yes, down there in Hamlet in the southern lands. We have fought very hard and spent much blood and treasure to dispatch with the elemental cults and keep that place safe.
Well, St. Cuthbert willing, now the cults are dispatched. I can't say forever, but for the time being.
He turns to Brolnera and he says, Forgive me, I have not heard many stories of you, but I understand your brother was very instrumental. Days of
Yeah, definitely Dane was the hero of our family.
Dane was a good friend.
I'm surprised that you've heard stories of him.
Well, of course. His reputation is synonymous with the defeat of. And Donovan, how have you fared since the defeat of the cults 10 years ago?
Well, my lord, I was went back up with the host that had pushed the forces of Ayus in the north back because of my my participation in the destruction of the temple, and also Ayus. I was given title of Lord Commander of the Tower at False Keep in the western reaches of Valuna. I found myself back amongst my new brethren and sisters when the word of Canoness Yade passing went back to pay my respects, and we ended up finding that the forces of the temple had begun rearing their ugly head once more, and we went ahead and dispatched them for a second time.
I am glad that you were all there to meet that evil head on. To be honest with you, I envy you a bit. I wish that I could be out there on the field of battle once more, but tonight is not about being sullen about what has or has not transpired. Tonight is about looking to the future. And with that in mind, I have an announcement to make. Well, we have an announcement. Jolene's just kind of nodding her head. We are going to be married here in the castle. Our engagement never ended. Our love for each other never subsided for all these years. It was on my way to my wedding that I was routed by Ayaz's forces, and so now that we are here together again, it is time for us to bring the nation of Furiandi and Valuna together once more, united by our marriage.
I guess I would say here, here, and kind of, toast to that.
Does Lady Jolene look in any way worried, or, I mean, is there anything other than joy
She's
in
beaming.
her demeanor or anything?
Yeah,
Okay.
She's smiling.
Alright.
She's looking very lovingly at Thrommel.
Well, I suppose I should say that we're all glad to have brought you together.
At the other end of the dinner table, Cardina stands up, and she holds a glass. She says, "While we are on this subject, I too would like to propose a toast. A toast to unity. Times long past, sire, unity was the beacon that guided our people through the darkness. Thrommel, do not know you well, but your wisdom will guide you to making the right decisions, not just for your people, but for all people, whether of Furiundi or Darkon. Adventurers, new acquaintances of mine, your courage in coming here will indeed be paramount to supporting your friend in Thrommel. Accept the truth. Accept the truth that Rareth knows, that they all know and are not saying to you, Thrommel, that Darkon is in need of a ruler, and you are too sweet, dear prince. You are not the one to bind our crumbling lands together before they are claimed by the Shroud." And like Thrommel just seems like kind of like taken aback a little bit, and like the Chancellor just is like his eyes are like darting down there just as they had at Rareth. Like who is this person to be saying these things at this table? But she raises a glass and she says, "To unity." And like Thrommel is not raising a glass. But she drinks. Perhaps she is the only one at the table who drinking. Like Firin is like directly across from her, and he seems like kind of like not sure what is happening right now. She drinks from her glass, and then she parts her lips, and this nightmarish stream of dark red starts to pour forth from her mouth and drops onto the table, and where it starts to like kind of coalesce in this vicious substance. It appears to be alive. It starts shaping itself into grotesque limbs that stretch out like an ooze. It starts clawing its way across the table towards Firin.
Yeah.
He is like frozen in terror, and you can see him kind of twist as if he's gonna try to like. He almost like falls out of his chair, but this substance grabs hold of him and twists its arms around to reach from him, holding him, hooking him, and it starts to move into his mouth and subsume Firin, just invading his body. His futile struggles to escape just cause him to collapse onto the floor. Cardina, like her body, like she's like passed out, just unconscious. And Thrommel stands. And he says, "Somebody help him!"
I thought we'd go there, yeah.
And you go over. You can see he's like laying on the floor, and his skin has become almost instantly pale, like almost white. And then it starts to gray and kind of become like ash, and it tightens, stretches out over his bones, which seem to elongate and become more pronounced. His eyes, previously wide with terror, are now glowing with a malevolence. Sunken. But his face, as he starts to blink and he looks up at you, there's sort of a feeling of ageless wisdom behind those eyes. And cruelty. The whole room, the temperature in the room has dropped noticeably. It's cold. There's a deathly chill. And Thorwald probably feels it that Firin, or what was formerly Firin, was the source of this. It's stronger near him. But he kind of stands up. You hear the bones kind of creaking, cracking. And he looks like he's kind of coming into some kind of realization of his own. Looking at his hands and looking around the room, and he's like, damn it. Fuck this. These chains that bind me. Every calculation, every meticulous step has only led to failure. They will not release me. They mock my efforts, my intellect. He turns his gaze to Thrommel. Damn you. Damn you, Your Highness. For not doing what you have been told. Now we are both prisoners here. Fate and circumstance. I plucked the shards of your broken blade from the fiend as I stopped time. Invaders came to our realm, plucked them piece by piece. Would you know it? Belonged to prince who carried a terrible curse. You were a perfect mark. Someone that the dark powers might accept and allow me my leave of this place. But no. As I summoned you here into Darkon to take my place on the throne, let you play out your little fantasies of being a king, you couldn't do that which needed to be done. Couldn't sink your teeth into her pretty little neck and give her your curse. I am not what binds you, Prince. No. The dark gods are much more powerful and sinister than I. But you will do it tonight! And he points his finger at Jolene. You can see a spark of green. If you will not give her your curse, then I will kill her.
Thorwald steps up and put himself in front of the creature. You will not do such thing.
I won't have to, Prince. If you give her your gift, you can live together forever. Play out your fantasy and be king. I can leave. We can all leave.
I am preparing my shield to basically move in front of her. That's my ready to action. If magic looks like it's coming, I'm moving in the way with my shield up.
Sounds good. I think let me just reset things. Actually, let's just take like a 5-minute break while I set up like the tokens and things like that, because it's not exactly perfect and I want to set this up. And then I think we'll roll initiative to resolve actions that people want to take, because I think it's going to get a little nuts or a little chaotic pretty quick. So we will be right. Oh, you got a player redeem, or Isaac got you a reroll. So, all right, we'll be right
Thanks,
back.
Zach.
Hello, and welcome back. Thanks for sticking it out with us as we are finishing up the epilogue to our Temple of Elemental Evil campaign. So, to contextualize what is about, or what has just transpired. that individual that has emerged from Firin is none other than Aslan Rex, the previous Dark Lord of Darkon. And what you maybe are able to surmise from the little bit of, the evil villain telling you his scheme, is it would seem that way back 10 years ago, when St. Cuthbert and Ayaz were in their battle and had gone to some other place to continue their fight, it was here in Darkon where that played out. Aslan, being the Dark Lord at that time, had froze time on them and managed to salvage bits and pieces of that broken sword of Froggerok and divined from it who Prince Thrommel was and began his many years scheme to find a way to draw into the mists Thrommel, and by extension all of you, into this world, hoping to prop him up as a Dark Lord that would take his place so that he would be able to leave this prison that is Darkon, here really to contain him. And it would seem that that has not fully transpired or worked out quite the way that he wanted to, as Thrommel is still of good heart and did not go through with the things that the dark gods wanted in order to accept him as the new ruler. And so now we are at the precipice of rolling some initiative as Aslan has his fingertips pointed towards Lady Jolene and seems to be holding her almost hostage towards Thrommel, who he is berating and goading to do the thing that needs to be done. So we're going to roll initiative here and play out next few actions.
And it looks like whoever's within 10 feet of me can add 4.
That means only Jolene and Bronner, I think, from the map.
+4.
+4, yeah.
Yeah, I already added it. Solid.
So you rolled a
8 for me.
4? Wow.
I rolled a 2.
Would this extend to Thrommel?
Probably close. Well,
No.
Nope, does not.
All right, I think we're square. The Chancellor will immediately reveal his true self as the illusion of what he is fades away, and this gigantic dragon appears at the head of.
Oh, crap.
Make that adjustment.
I didn't imagine that one.
And he's just wrapped up in these shadowy tendrils as his form elongates. He looks over to Aslan before he does, and he says, "I am with you, Your Grace." Just swapping in some artwork that is more appropriate to his new. And I think his first thing he's going to do is let forth his step back, maybe a touch, and release his breath weapon. So that will cover, I think, everyone. Yep. Everybody give me a dexterity saving throw.
Anybody within 10 feet of me gets a +3.
Yeah, again, that's Bralnera and Lady Jolene.
Ooh, that's not good. We have rerolls, right?
We do.
I think I'm gonna have to use one. If nobody has a problem with it, I have a +2 on it.
All right.
Ooh, much better. But
So the DC is 18. Full damage is 56 necrotic damage, or half on a save.
Oh.
Anybody reduced to 0 as a result of that? Bad things happen, if so.
Not to 0,
Okay,
but
okay.
pretty close.
All right. So the dragon props himself up on the eastern side of the dining hall and standing there vigilant over Saul. Thorwald, it is your turn.
Well, if this is not the moment to frenzy, I don't know which one is. So, frenzy, bonus action, enter into a frenzy, and I guess attack the leech. Come on.
I do have the Shield Master Evasion, where I get if it allows save for half, I take no damage.
Cool. Yep.
So
Well, you're basically untouched from. Chat has been very is starting to be very generous in the rerolls that they are giving you guys. So
yes.
they realize
Thank
what's
you,
going on.
everybody.
So first attack is a miss. Roll again. Second attack should be a 23. It hasn't showed up yet, but it will.
23 will hit.
And then the damage is not 24. Let me deconstruct for you because I did not activate the fire yet. So disregard all this. I'll tell you what it is.
Sure.
It's only 10 points of damage.
All right. Strike at him, and he takes that, but he seems undeterred in his focus, holding his spell. Anything else from Thorwald?
Attack twice, bonus action done, and I'm moving. So no.
Eslin. Gonna cast Dominate Monster on Thrommel.
Dear.
Wisdom. Which he makes the save.
Thank
You can just see his
goodness.
face contorting, like you could tell some kind of magic is starting to try to take hold of him. But he manages to resist. Then it is Lady Jolene is standing, and she moves to like behind Thrum. Aslan is going to take a legendary action. He's going to use his Disrupt Life. So each non-undead creature within 20 feet of the Lich, Rarith, Thorwald, Rolnera, I think. Looks like Donovan's outside the range. Constitution saving throw.
Guess I'm gonna use.
Got
I'm
enough
gonna use a
rerolls.
reroll. Yeah, I'm gonna use a
One.
reroll because otherwise I'm dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll use a reroll too.
All right. So 2 rerolls,
I guess there's going to be 3.
3 rerolls.
Whoever that is gets a +3.
Brunner.
So
That's
the number you
the only
want
one
is
who's
an 18.
Doesn't help.
20,
Just shy.
21 necrotic damage.
Full or half?
That's full. Half would be 10.
Guys, this is not gonna end well.
no, it's not.
And then it's Donovan's turn.
I have 40 points and I don't even act.
All right, Donovan pulls out his Mace of Disruption. Moves over the table to here. I have a Ring of Free Action, so
Slides over the table. Sure.
yeah, I pretty much just whip right over there and do 2. Why don't I do bonus action? Let's see. Bonus action, Shield of Faith, and 2 attacks.
That one will miss.
Goodness, guys. Do I try using a reroll here?
Yes.
Reroll deployed. Oh, and it pays off.
Oh, yes. And I will throw in a 3rd level smite. Let me mark that off. Okay. So why don't I roll this damage?
10d8s.
So 39 there. And then let me roll.
You said third level, right?
Third level.
So 4 goes to 5 times 2, 10. 10d8s.
10d8s.
I'm laughing because of all of the player rerolls that are coming in. It's just like spam from Dawson and Isaac's in there too. Thanks, guys.
Not all that great, but another 39. So 39 and 39 is what, 78?
Ooh.
78 on that one. And then my second attack. Now, if that takes him down below 25 hit points, that thing is in effect. If the target has 25 hit points or fewer after taking this damage, DC 15 Wisdom save or is destroyed.
We're not
Just so you know.
there yet, but it's getting close. And on this one, he will cast Shield.
Oh, dirty rat. Okay. I think that's probably, I don't know if I would do, well, how many rerolls? Should I just give it a shot?
Yes. Everything you
All right.
can, because I don't. This the number of turns we have is limited. Like I don't know about you, but I'm 4 hit points, so use it.
Oh my god!
Yes. All right. And I will throw in a second level smite. That's all I have. But we will do this.
That's still 8d8s. So
That's still 8d8s. Okay, so there's 27. And then 8d8. I'll do that.
And he's just got his finger pointed at Lady Jolene and Thrommel, and as you hit him like with all of this divine energy that you spam into him, and like it just bursts as your sword hits his body, he just disintegrates and turns to a dust.
Oh, yes.
And the dragon just lets out a roar of fury.
I shout a prayer to Saint Cuthbert as I unload, but that is everything.
Dragon whips its tail around as it uses his legendary action, and he's going to try to strike into Donovan. DM reroll. 20.
Ooh, 28. Just barely hits me.
13 points of bludgeoning.
All right. Oof.
That will bring us to Rarest turn.
On that last attack that hit some of us for necrotic damage, did you need to know if anybody dropped to 0 on that one?
On the Lich one? Not on the Lich.
Okay. So I did drop to 0, but I popped back up with 1. And first thing I've got to do is move. So I will. Do I have to disengage from the dragon?
I guess you don't know. But you know that his tail is pretty long.
Okay, well, I will cunning action disengage. And I will move up there and cast second level Cure Wounds on myself. And take 12 points of healing.
And chat, I do believe you can heal the group too. I think there's a healing option. It doesn't have to be all rerolls. All right, so at the end of Rara's turn, the dragon again is just furiously like berating Donovan. Well, he's going to start to beat his wings furiously, kind of creating this this pressure, this wind that each creature within 10 feet, I think maybe is only Donovan, needs to make a dexterity saving throw.
It is +2 to this, which is not enough. I'm gonna try reroll.
Reroll deployed. So you're going to take 13 bludgeoning damage as you are knocked prone.
Okay.
And then the dragon flies, drops like right above you.
Oh shit.
And that will bring us to Brelnera.
Alright. Hopefully this helps. I am going to cast Polymorph on Thorwald. And he can become a giant ape if he so chooses, or he can make a save.
I think I'm gonna give the giant hip a go, given that I have 4 HPs. So, does that mean I retain my rage, or what? How does it work?
I think you'd still have your rage since it's already activated.
Well, tough luck for the dragon then.
Actually, can I duck under the table?
Sure.
And I will become a giant snake. And that's my turn.
All right. Prince Thrommel looks to Jolene. Says, "You are safe. Our friends are here. Let's go to them now." With he unsheaths his sword, and he's going to start to move this way. 5, 10, 15, 30. Takes 2 swings. 21 hit. Strikes for 14. Gonna make a second swing. Hits.
Nice.
7. Now you get the sense that his blade, as it like connects with the flesh of the dragon almost becomes kind of shadowy and it like kind of passes through him. You can see the expression of the dragon kind of wincing as if it is registering pain, but yet resist shadow dragon. Then that will bring us to dragon's turn. Dragon, I think, is going to remain focused on Donovan. So first thing I got to do is see if his breath weapon.
Is he just gonna melt me right at his feet?
It would appear so, as he's going to let forth breath of shadow upon you.
Oh no.
So that it was a. Do you remember what it was? Was it con? Oh no, it was Dex. It was a Dex save.
Dex. Okay. It'd be two more
Reroll.
than that.
Reroll. You need 3 more than that.
You need an 18.
I need an 18. Nope.
I am going to roll.
Okay.
Doing. Yeah, it was lower. So 53.
53.
As you're looking.
I'm dead. Well, I'm down. I'm at 0. I had like 37, so
You are dead.
I am dead.
You are dead from this attack. Drop to 0. By this damage, you die.
So I am dead. Dunny. Dead Dunny.
And it's worse than that.
I
There's
come back
more?
as a
There's more, Alex. Really?
Wait.
You see from
Whoa.
Donovan's
Wait,
body, this torrent of shadowy fire just like obliterates Donovan. And as his charred body like falls, and his skin is all cracked and necrotized or whatever, a shadow rises up from the body.
I do have a question, Alex.
Yes.
I am currently afflicted with lycanthropy.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be getting like any of the regen stuff or none of that kind of business, right?
Not yet. It takes a little bit of time for that to like truly take hold. So
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I am now a shadow.
You know what? I think what I will do. So I can either have you play the shadow, or I'm actually thinking maybe I'll give you control of Prince Thrommel.
Oh, okay.
So let me see if this.
I'll be the shadow. That's
You want
fine.
to be the shadow? You want to help me start the?
Sure. Yeah. Why
okay.
not?
Sounds good. Whichever you'd prefer.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Have to. Or you know what? Why don't you just look up like the stats of a shadow, and like you can like roll it, or
Okay.
roll real dice, roll the virtual. I'll have the shadow just stay on your initiative.
Okay.
So that happened. Dragon sneers at the rest of you. Seems like he's almost gloating in his victory. He knows Donovan among the powerful of Thorwald. It is your turn.
Wait until he meets Giant Ape Thorwald.
Giant ape, though. Yeah.
Okay. So let's roll some dice. Let's roll it from here. Oh, sorry. I didn't know.
It's all right. We'll take whatever the first couple,
Yeah,
however many.
you can actually take all three because basically I'm gonna
Okay.
use my bonus action for the third attack, so you can take them all.
So 2 of them hit.
And so the damage is this plus 2. So 33 with 1, 35 with 1, and 24 for the second. But he might have resistance if I'm attacking as a giant ape. So
Yeah.
it's bludgeoning damage.
Does have resistance. Take 16 from the first and 11 from.
Okay, that's it.
All right. The dragon will use a legendary action to use its tail attack on the giant ape.
I don't think he can technically miss unless it rolls a 1.
Or no, actually, tail attack is going to attack the little one under the table that caused the giant ape. This is going to be on Brelnera. Better use a reroll.
Well, hang on. Do I have any advantage from being underneath the table? Can he cover?
I don't think you have cover if you're under the table and he's swinging his tail under there.
All right, well then that would hit.
Okay. That will be 15 points of bludgeoning. Oh no, Dawson's power went out. So I'm giving you a a resurrection. Okay. We'll see how that plays out.
I make the save.
All right, so concentration on giant ape is still in play. Lady Jolene. Just begins speaking a prayer. She saw what just happened to Donovan and begins speaking a prayer to Saint Cuthbert. All right, Shadow Donovan, it is your turn.
My turn. All right. Let's see. Under these circumstances, Thorwald is closest.
We all know you always harbor that hate for Thorwald, so show it.
And let's see.
That's a hit.
20. Is it?
Oh yeah, I have an AC 12. That's a
Hitting the
giant ape.
man. Oh, that's right. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, got off this. Damage. Okay, it's just one attack. Okay. Make sure this is correct. No. $10.
What
Points
type of
of
damage is that?
that is necrotic damage,
If it's an order, I take it all. So 10.
and your strength is reduced by 4.
Holy shite, that's not good. Okay. Strength is now 19. No save automatically?
Yep.
Wow, that's pretty bad. Okay.
Shadows are terrifying. Even like when you get to higher level, you're like, no. All right, so that's the Shadow Donovan's turn. The tail again is whipping around.
Ooh.
Oh no, it's a critical hit.
Ooh.
Relnera, 30 damage. Then it is 15 on the con check.
Reroll it, Percy, please.
Makes it. Then it's Rara's turn.
Oh, Rar's gonna lean out and take a shot at the dragon. Bonus action. Oh, steady aim. Get some advantage.
It's
13 points of damage on that one. Actually, no, I want to re-roll that one. Oh, D8. It's still a 1. 13 points of damage. And then I will take a second shot. $27
hits.
for 9 points of damage from that one. And that is all I can do.
All right. One last tail at Relnera. 19 for 12 damage. Then it is Relnera's turn.
Still a snake. This didn't work out as well as I'd hoped it would. I will. I'm going to attempt to constrict it. Probably not with a 12.
12 will miss.
Uh, I'm going to move away.
All right. That'll bring us to Prince Thrommel, who is continuing to hack and slash away. Swing with the great sword. 18. Not quite enough to connect. Second attack. Also, it's just the dragon's trying to kind of use its wing to kind of deflect and dodge away, not allowing him to strike at his true form. That will bring us to the top. It is the dragon's turn. All right, we'll see. Oh no!
Come on, Alex. Seriously, 3 in a row.
3 in a row. I mean, he has got to. Thorwald, gonna have to make a dex save.
I imagine as the giant ape, right?
Uh-huh.
As a giant ape.
As a giant ape.
Off break. Oh shit!
But look at that! But
He
look at
makes
that!
it.
But look at that!
So half damage. I will roll it. It's the same as the average. So half of what? Half of 56 would be
30, no,
38.
28,
No,
right?
28.
28.
28.
Still a giant ape.
Oh, yeah.
It is your turn.
Yeah, I'm still more than 108 points. Okay, so now 3 attacks. Now a little bit less fierce than before because my strength is less. But you know what? My armor class is already 12, so I'm gonna attack recklessly. Who cares? So, so it's gonna be 3 attacks, but I lost +2, so there's gonna be a +7. So let me roll it this way so it's easier. You don't have to calculate. So roll. But I have to roll twice. Stupid me. Okay, so wait a second. As he rolls, I'm gonna get the second one in a roll. Boom. So either 19, because remember I still have the -1. I think that follows me, or a 11.
The 20 hits.
Oh, it's a same roll, just advantage. 19 to 12.
Yep.
So that hits. So is this +2. So he takes 27 points of damage from first attack.
Okay.
Second attack. Sorry, I cannot make it advantage with the die roller. So we take it the way it is. Roll and roll. So definitely I don't hit with a 9, but let's see the second guy. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Not working? Okay. I'll do it this way, Alex. Sorry. Something, please. Nothing happening. I'm rolling the third attack, assuming the second misses, until we can figure out what the second roll is.
Do you have physical dice?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Okay,
just-
I'll use that. Sorry, guys.
Oh, it's all right.
It's okay.
Boundaries.
Okay, so it's a 24 and a 10.
That
So
hits.
I'm gonna assume the 24 hits, and it's 3d10s plus 8. 1, 2, 3. It's, oh wow, that's pretty good hit. 18 plus 9, 27 plus 2, 29 points of damage with the third attack. And I'm gonna roll manually the advantage that didn't come through, and is a 18 to hit. So I know it's a miss. So yeah, that's it.
Got a hornet situation. I don't know where this fucking hornet came from. I got it. All right. Sorry, how much damage was it? You said 29?
So it's 27 for the first and 29, but you'd half each. So
Okay. He is going to use his tail on you, Thorwald.
Hits.
Hmm.
hits.
Oh, it does hit.
He has advantage at ASC 12, so he cannot miss me unless he rolls a double crit.
That will be 11 points of damage.
And what type is it?
Bludgeoning.
Bludgeoning. So that the rage applies, so it's 5.
Shadow Donovan. Do your
Shadow
worst.
Shadow Donovan will attack this monkey. And miss.
You cannot miss.
An 11.
11. Oh, with advantage?
Oh, I have advantage?
Oh yeah, I recklessly attacked.
Gotcha.
Oh.
So a hit. 10 points of necrotic damage.
Mm-hmm.
And your strength is reduced by 2.
This is starting to piss me off. Not the hit points, the strength.
Sapping your strength.
Mm-hmm.
Another tail. It's a natural 1. I have to use my last DM reroll. Tail attack. Oh, but it's at advantage. Never mind. Okay, 26 to hit.
Hits 3 times.
That tail slams down onto the table towards you. 20 points. And it's Rara's turn.
Well, bonus action. Steady aim.
That will hit. Oh, no. It misses. Sorry. 19 is the number.
We have rerolls.
Yeah, you know what? I'll use one since I was at advantage.
Yeah, that hits.
All right. And we'll take the damage that I already rolled. So that's 15.
15.
And then a second attack, not at advantage, and that'll be a miss. Oh, no, it's
Oh, no,
not. It's 19.
19 hits.
10 points of damage.
All right. Last legendary action, a tail on giant ape. 25. Case, it could be a crit. £15 of damage. And it is Brolnera's turn.
I gonna move up and I'm going to oh shit. Can't do that. Yeah, I guess I will. I will drop my snake form and thorn whip the shadow. 14 hit?
Shadow might hit.
Yeah, maybe. So you take 5 piercing damage and are pulled 15 or 10 feet? 10 feet towards me.
How much? 15?
10.
10? Is this the shadow?
Uh-huh.
I'll move the shadow to.
Assuming he can be pulled. I'm not even
I
sure.
don't see why not. Yeah. It's magical.
And how many points of damage? 5? Okay.
And then I will take a step back. And that's it.
Rommel, continuing. Slash. This is second one. Oh. Miss. Brings us to the top. It is the dragon's turn. Fateful D6 in the chamber. Oh, look at that. Okay, so spared from the shadow breath this time. So he just lets out a roar. He's like done. He's tired of this fight. He's tired of meddling with you all. He's going to invoke his frightful presence. So each creature within 120 feet, so everybody, must make a wisdom saving throw. I'm frightened for. If you got a 16 or higher, you save. If not, who failed? Rarith and Rarith. So you're under the frightened condition for 1 minute. You can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns. And then I'm going to make 3 attacks on Thorwald. He will first do the claws. Crit. 24 slashing.
Mm-hmm.
These are still at advantage.
Yep. Hits.
13 slashing. Bite.
Hits.
24.
Okay, so that's different because I need to see the acid here. Okay. So it's 11 pierces of 5 and 7, 12. Okay. Got it.
Thank you, Galaxian, for the reroll. And that will bring us to Thorwald's turn.
Okay, Thorwald's gonna make 3 attacks. I'm huge, so I'm gonna attack this shadow because actually sapping my strength is not good. So, my dear shadow, you're gonna be targeted.
You can't
But-
reach the shadow.
Why not?
Oh, maybe you
I'm
can.
huge.
Do you have reach?
I'm
He's
huge.
huge. Yeah, his token would be
right.
bigger, so yeah, you
Oh.
can hit him.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be +3 plus 3. I'm gonna only be at +6 at this point. So 2. What? Sorry. No. 2d4, 2d6 +6. Here we go. Come on, work. Okay, there's a 14 hit.
14. Yes.
So he takes this +2. 27 points of damage.
27.
Yep.
Magical.
No. Bludgeoning.
Just bludgeoning. Okay, that actually. I fade away.
Okay, so 2 attacks at the dragon. 1, 2 plus 6. 25.
Hits.
So the dragon gets to half 25, so 12. And then last attack. $25 for 15 more.
We'll try to tail attack you, Thorwald.
Hits me. But you have advantage, so yeah. And
14.
that's 7. Yeah.
Rarith.
Do I have to move somewhere for being frightened?
You don't have to. You just can't move closer to it.
Okay, so I need to roll a wisdom save?
At the end of your turn.
Well, I mean, I can't do anything, right?
You can attack at disadvantage.
I think I'll just roll my wisdom save and hope to make it.
Sounds good.
Failure. Should I use a reroll?
How come you're not attacking?
I would reroll that for sure.
Yeah.
Up to you though.
Reroll employed. Makes it.
Yay.
Tail attack. Legendary action. I don't know why I'm not just pressing these. 17 hits.
And no matter what, yeah. Always.
16 points.
Okay. Whittling away, but this is a big ape, so.
Rolnera.
I will pull out my wand and use 1 charge to cast fear. Or not fear, command. I'll tell it to stop.
On the dragon.
Yep.
Save.
Doesn't make it.
He will. I'll use the reroll. There we go.
All right.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Code Reed. Thanks for hanging out.
I think that's it.
Right. Fast. Tail.
It's
18. Thrommel steps up to the plate and is going to take his 2 swings. First one misses. Second one is a hit. There. And we're back to the top. See. Uh-oh. Dexterity saving throw.
Dear God.
Torrent of shadowy fire emits from the dragon's. This table is just like charred and like collapsed in at this point from all the damage that has been sustained.
all coming up. Yeah, let me do it this way. Give me 1 second. Here you go. Okay, I'm gonna roll it physically. Give me 1 second. 4, so met fails.
There are 2-player rerolls.
No, with a +2, I cannot make this. I will take my punishment.
45 necrotic damage.
I'm back to Thorwald.
But still alive as Thor.
But still alive as Thorwald.
Okay, that's the key. And it is your turn.
Okay, so my turn is back. Thorwald is gonna take. Do I get the sense that fire is gonna be more helpful against this in terms of damage?
I don't know. I don't think anybody's done any fire damage yet. Have they?
Do I want to take an attack out to make damage? Yes, I want to do that. Okay, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to flame the Zord at this point, and then he's gonna only get 2 attacks from me. Only 2 attacks from me. And one is the first. Assuming it's coming up. Is it? No? Okay, let me roll it this way. Sorry, just trying to make this work, but for some reason, none of the options online work. Back to D&D Beyond. Okay, so my plus is +7. Oh, finally arrived. Okay, attack, advantage, because I'm reckless. I don't give a damn at this point. 14. I'm gonna re-roll that. We have a re-roll, right?
Yep.
Come on, Torvi. Come on.
That one
24.
hits.
Okay, so damage is this. So 25, of which a portion is fire. And I'm going to do 2 things. I'm gonna smite him. What type of creature is he?
He's a
Undead?
dragon.
Only dragon. Okay,
Yep.
so only 4 d8s. D8s, but I'm gonna do that because at this point everything does. And as I'm smiting, for additional 22 hit points of radiant damage, I'm gonna use my Channel Divinity Inspiring Smite, and I'm gonna give myself 12 temporary hit points.
That number, the total was 45.
The total
47.
was the total was 47. And then I'm gonna attack again, still recklessly. It's a hit, and so the damage is gonna be this. And then I'm gonna add my last second level spell. So it's another 3 d8s. So the total is going to be 42.
As your sword swings into the creature's chest, it explodes, and this like rush of air snuffs out all the candles in the room, and anything glass shatters. All the crystal goblets and everything on the table all shatter, and the entire room just becomes dark, pitch black. There, this castle, but it is still. Feel the presence of the dragon is
Fire on the sword.
crimson glow amongst the room. Defeated. Dragon. Thrommel rushes over, check on Jolene. The rest of you see over by Donovan's body just looks like a mummified corpse, drained of all of its vitality.
Oh, will drop out of rage and make a prayer to Saint Cuthbert, trying to compose the body as much as he can.
Donovan, your consciousness is lost somewhere in like the mists. Your soul is trying to go to the halls of St. Cuthbert, but it is being blocked. Your awareness is just this gray, white, all encompassing. It just surrounds your awareness. You can kind of see tendrils of shadowy things, large things, unfathomable things just beyond your perception. Horrifying tendrils of dark powers, and they speak to you as you are trying to pass. And they say, "You have entered the shroud. You will be consumed like the many souls that have tried to leave this realm. But we can send you back if you will accept our dark gift." Friends are in
No.
great peril. Perhaps they need you.
In life and in death, I did not treat with your kind. Be gone. Leave me.
Just feel this like intense anger all around you that you would reject them.
And I will begin praying.
And so we'll fade off of that. Donovan's soul is kind of just trapped right now in the mists, and he's going to continue to be barraged with these requests and these bargains that the dark powers want. But Donovan is true to his convictions and rejects that.
I'm sure they'd love to have a paladin.
Yes, they will. So returning back to the dining hall. What do you do? What is the conversation that is happening, or the actions that you are doing in the aftermath of this very consequential battle that you just...
Well, we lost a friend, and we still have a problem to solve. And Thor looks towards Thrommel. How do we save this place and decide what our fate is going to be?
Just looks at Jolene. I am unwilling to do. The voices in my head, the whispers of this land are asking me. I will not. I don't think I can save it.
Nor should you, probably.
It's an evil place. Perhaps we should just let it be destroyed.
Cardena, what say you?
She's maybe she is starting to wake up out of her grogginess. This says, why didn't it work? I thought it spoke. Darkalis spoke. He recognized that other man that was with us. Yearned for him. He said, "He's the one." He spoke to me for the first time. He's the one. And must be unified. He kept saying over and over.
Well, first of all, it was not Darkalis. It was Azlin. But yeah.
Then who will make the realm whole? Maybe it is to be one of you.
What is required?
I don't know. I don't know what the bargain will.
Who can know that?
One that is open to dark powers, bargains. You? Would you stay?
If it would save lives, yes.
You're probably starting to feel like a creeping darkness in your head, starting to fill you. Ideas of staying behind, taking up the title of Dark Lord of Darkon.
Thorwald, it can't be you.
Why not?
Because you are the hero of Hamlet.
Well, that perhaps makes me worthy to this dark fraggers, which is gonna get us what we want. This land not to disappear and a way out for you guys.
But you're not evil.
I can be.
I don't think you can.
I can do whatever it is that is needed.
It would mean you'd have to sacrifice one of us. Is that something you're willing to do?
Let's me rephrase that. Is it something that must be done?
Obviously, it is.
Then you have the answer.
Thrommel just steps forward. He says, "No, no, you can't. You can't take that burden on."
Why not? You did.
No,
You took the burden
he's
of hero for us. You took all the punishment. You brought undead upon yourself. Why can't I do what must be done?
he refused to kill his love.
He's already given so much. What have I given? It's my blood.
Thrommel starts to talk and say, "Saint Cuthbert was here. Saint Cuthbert managed to provide a way. That star in the sky. It could be a way out. We could all just leave."
And what about the rest of the folks here in Darkhan? Do we doom them to oblivion forever?
You can't save everybody, Thorwald. Even Dane knew that.
Well, you're saying that you know that he gave his life to save someone else.
The doors to the south of the chamber open, and you see a kind of plain-looking woman, kind of dressed in a farmhand's clothes, kind of dirty face a little bit, with a big spear strapped to her back. She steps in, and she locks eyes with you, Thorwald. You instantly recognize her.
Lysia? What is this?
If you are to be the king of this place, you are going to need a queen. And then another figure enters into the room. You see Alrum. And you are going to need guidance, my king. Grace. What shall your first edict be?
We're gonna bring back order in this land of disorder. There's gonna be an iron fist from now onward. And the symbol of the wolf and the owl of the wolf will be heard throughout the land forever.
So it shall be, your grace. Thrommel just looks stunned, confused. He doesn't know who these people are. Lycia, the young woman who Thorwald had been smitten with so long ago, and he had watched die on the floors of the Temple of Elemental Evil. and the cult leader of the Temple of Fire that he had befriended before he was killed.
Thorwald, I think this is ridiculous. But if you're staying, I'm staying.
Why would you? You don't
Because
have
you're going
to.
to need somebody to look after you.
Well, more likely, Brolnera is gonna need you out there. I'm gonna be good. Nothing bad can happen to me when I'm the king.
Obviously, that's not true.
Well, I need someone to go back over there and put some sense into my younger brother. So, might as well be you.
Thrommel just steps forward, and he's looking to Jolene. They're kind of like whispering to each other. And if you are decided in this, very much wish to see Jolene rid of this.
That's all you should do. Not even Aius could beat your determination. You're the hero the lands need. You always were.
And he sighs, and Jolene just says, with the gift that you have given, perhaps we will still have a bit of time left together. With your blessing, and she kind of pauses before she says this, but she says, my lord, we will take our leave now.
You have my blessing. Enjoy life as much as you can.
Thrommel will make the rounds. He'll give Rarith an embrace. Ask you to look after Thorwald if it is that your decision to stay behind and try to guide him the best. He says you will likely be the target of the delusions. Well, your memories, your minds be lost to the shroud. Try to support one another. Maybe you can make a different way here. Then he'll probably look to Bralnera and say, are you staying, or will you come with us?
Hell no. I hate this place. I'll come with you. See the lady back to her home.
And bring Danny's body back. That might help him.
Of course, I'll bury him at your tower.
Tower? Okay.
So Thrommel, Jolene, and Bralnera exit from the chamber. It's very interesting assemblage of Thorwald's. I'm sorry, I Gabe, I'm hear myself a little bit through you. They will make their leave, and I think it makes sense maybe to seek out one of those nightmare horses in the stables to fly up to that star and take their leave of Darkon. Is there anything that Thorwald or Rarith want to say about their fate? They are remaining behind in Darkon. Oh, I think you're muted now.
I think we'll see. I really haven't thought about this in advance, so I don't know what to say. But we'll see.
I mean, Rareth just has to stay to make sure he doesn't make any more bad decisions.
And plenty of bad decisions are inevitable as you are staying in the domains of dread. There probably will be some attempt to be a noble ruler and such, but the sickness of this place and the dark gods are going to start to warp your perceptions and force you into situations where you're going to make very tragic. Probably more than a few innocents will die along the way. But Darkhan will remain and continue to exist and not be subsumed into the shroud. Meanwhile, Donovan is out there somewhere trying to preserve his soul and not give in to this corruption. Maybe one day we'll find a way through the shroud. See. And then Bralnera, Thrommel, and Jolene will make their way up there to that shining portal. Shining. And it will deposit you right back on the outskirts of the village that you had traveled to for the rendezvous. And you'll be able to make your way back to Mitrick, deliver Jolene safely back home. Thrommel, of course, will not want to be seen or revealed, but he will dwell nearby Mitrick, such that Jolene and him can still live out some bit of happiness maybe in the remaining days that they have. Remaining days that were stolen from them by Ayaz and his wicked scheme. There is a little bit of a glimmer of goodness that came out of everything that happened. There's very much a possibility that Jolene could have ended up a vampire, and then that would have been a different way that the story could. Are there loose ends or things that we need to talk about to wrap up the story?
Just that while Brownera said that she'd bury Donovan at the tower, she'd actually probably take him and bury him beside Dane.
Back
Because
in
she
Hamlet?
didn't really know what his wishes were as far as where he wanted to be buried. So she would think that that'd be a good place for a hero of Hamlet to end up.
Let's say, let's have Donovan roll a d20 for.
With Dane's blessing.
Just wanted you to hit a 10 or higher. I think with the body in the ground and with a blessing of St. Cuthbert back home, your soul is able to escape the shroud and return to the outer planes and be with St. Cuthbert.
Wonderful.
Torment is it seems like an eternity, but there is some respite at the end. So,
Fitting end for Donovan. Very much so.
well, I hope you guys enjoyed. I appreciate that we were able to do this as a kind of a mega session here and combine a couple plot points that I was hoping to still fit in there. So this ends the Temple of Elemental Evil.
Tons of fun, Alex. Tons of fun.
Good job. It was really fun.
said it was a very fitting end for Donovan. I very much enjoyed playing him and to have him take the Lich Lord out and die the next half second was it seemed to work. Died with his boots on. So
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you guys for participating and playing in this. Tons of fun. For me, be able to go outside the confines of a module and kind of put together a short little series and everything like that. So I had a lot of fun too.
and thank you, chat. You guys were awesome tonight.
Yeah, we still have one player reroll.
We do.
It must not have been difficult enough, you know.
And a resurrection.
Oh yeah, there was a resurrection.
Yep. That was the deal. The bargain for Donovan's soul was the resurrection. I had a feeling that Donovan would maybe not take it. Awesome.
I thought about it, but I couldn't do that.
Yeah. I think it was better that you did. But with that, I think we will call it quits here for tonight. We do have some Dolman Wood in the morning, so wake up bright and early with us tomorrow morning, and come see us at 10 a.m. Doing more of that, and then we do also have a community campaign game that will be happening on Sunday morning, also at 10 a.m. So a couple more streams to check out here tonight. We will end things off by doing a raid. I think maybe it's an 80s dance party night because I'm not seeing anything here. So, all right, thanks everybody for the raid or for hanging out, and we'll see you later this weekend. Hopefully, have a good night.
Good night, all.